a boring history for Sleep's Tale. How medieval peasants kept warm in brutal, freezing winters. Hey guys, tonight we begin with a story that will transport you to a small village nestled in the Yorkshire Dales, where the winter of 1347 was about to test everything a young woman named Margot believed about home, family, and the quiet strength that lives in ordinary moments. Close your eyes and let me take you there, to a world where survival was an art form, where every breath was precious, and where love grew in the spaces between heartbeats. Picture yourself standing outside a house that seems to breathe. Not metaphorically, literally. The walls, constructed from a technique as old as human settlement itself, rise before you like something alive. Woven hazel branches, cut when the sap was running low in late autumn, form the skeleton, the wattle that gives this ancient building method its name. These branches, no thicker than your thumb, are woven together with the skill of a master basket maker, creating a framework that flexes with the wind rather than breaking against it. But it's what fills the spaces between these branches that makes the house truly alive. The daub, a mixture that speaks of humanity's oldest partnership with the earth itself. Clay dug from the riverbank where children have played for generations, mixed with water drawn from the same well that has served the village since anyone can remember. Chopped straw, golden remnants of the harvest that fed both human and animal, adds strength to the mixture. And yes, cow dung, fresh from Bessie, their temperamental Holstein who has opinions about everything and expresses them loudly at dawn. The proportions of this mixture have been passed down through generations like a sacred recipe. Too much clay, and the walls crack in the summer heat. Too little, and they won't hold together through the winter rains. The straw must be chopped to exactly the right length, long enough to bind the mixture together, short enough not to create weak spots where water might penetrate. Even the cow dung serves a purpose beyond what modern sensibilities might appreciate. Its fibrous content adds flexibility. Its natural oils provide water resistance, and its gradual decomposition generates just enough heat to keep the walls from freezing solid in the deepest winter. Margot runs her fingers along these walls each morning, a ritual as essential as checking the fire or feeding the animals. At 19, she's already learned that a house isn't just shelter. It's a partnership between human ingenuity and the earth itself. Her fingertips, sensitive from years of spinning wool and kneading bread, can detect the subtle changes that speak of the house's health. A slight softening here might indicate moisture penetration that needs attention. A hairline crack there might suggest the need for fresh daub before the autumn rains begin. The clay for these walls came from the riverbank where she played as a child, where she learned to read the moods of water and weather. She remembers helping her father dig the clay, learning to test its consistency by rolling it between her palms, understanding by touch and instinct what would make the strongest walls. The straw came from fields she helped harvest, walking behind the reapers with her mother and the other women, gathering every precious stalk that would feed their animals through the winter and strengthen their walls against the cold. The dung. Well, that came from Bessie, their cow who has been part of the family longer than Margot can remember. Bessie, whose massive presence dominates one corner of their single room, whose warm breath on winter mornings creates clouds of steam that speak of life persisting against all odds. Bessie, who provides not just milk and the occasional calf, but warmth, companionship, and, yes, the essential ingredient that helps hold their world together. The floor beneath Margot's bare feet tells its own story of generations and seasons. Packed earth mixed with straw, it's been layered and relayered like the pages of a book written in footsteps and daily life. The bottom layers, compressed by decades of use, have become almost as hard as stone, yet they retain enough give to be comfortable underfoot. These deeper layers, slowly decomposing in the airless environment, generate just enough heat through their gradual breakdown to take the edge off the morning chill. Margot's grandmother used to say the house was digesting its own memories, turning yesterday's rushes into today's warmth. Each spring, they would add a fresh layer of straw and clay, covering the winter's wear with new material that would, in its turn, become part of the house's living history. The floor holds the imprint of every celebration, every sorrow, every ordinary moment that has played out within these breathing walls. Above, the thatch roof rises nearly 4 feet thick, a masterpiece of her father Willem's craft, and before him, his father's, and his father's before that. Reed cut from the marshlands when the moon was right, bundled and dried according to traditions that stretch back to the Romans. Straw from their own fields, selected for its length and strength, woven together with techniques that turn simple grass into weatherproof shelter. The art of thatching is something Willem learned at his father's side, beginning when he was barely old enough to carry a bundle of reed. It's not just about laying straw on a roof. It's about understanding how water moves, how wind behaves, how the materials will settle and shift through the seasons. Each bundle must be placed at exactly the right angle to shed rain while allowing the roof to breathe. Too steep, and the thatch will slide off in heavy weather. Too shallow, and water will penetrate, rotting the structure from within. The reed and straw are woven so tightly that rain runs off like water from a duck's back, yet loose enough that the house can breathe, that moisture from cooking and living can escape without creating the damp that breeds sickness. In winter, frost forms intricate patterns on the underside of the thatch, creating a ceiling of crystalline art that changes with each breath of wind, each shift in temperature. But what makes this house truly alive is what most people today would find unthinkable. It's never empty of breath that isn't human. The medieval world makes no sharp distinction between human and animal space, between domestic and wild, between the civilized and the natural. This house is an ecosystem, a carefully balanced community of species that have learned to live together for mutual benefit. Bessie, the cow, has her corner by the far wall, her massive presence a living furnace that throws off heat like a small bonfire. Her body temperature, several degrees warmer than human, radiates comfort throughout the single room. Her breathing, deep and steady, adds moisture to air that would otherwise be parched by the constant fire. Her presence is so much a part of the household that her absence, even for the few hours when she's led to pasture, leaves the house feeling empty and cold. The chickens roost in baskets hung from the rafters, their soft clucking a constant lullaby that speaks of contentment and security. These aren't just egg producers. They're living alarm systems, pest controllers, and companions. Their sharp eyes watch for the mice and rats that would otherwise raid the family's precious stores of grain. Their droppings, carefully collected, enrich the garden that provides vegetables through the growing season. Their feathers, molted naturally through the year, stuff pillows and provide insulation for winter clothing. Even the family pig, Hamlet, named for his dramatic tendencies and his habit of soliloquizing at feeding time, has his pen near the door, contributing his considerable warmth to the household's survival. Pigs, despite their reputation, are remarkably clean animals when given the choice, and Hamlet's corner is kept as tidy as any other part of the house, His intelligence rivals that of the family dog, and his personality is as distinct and recognizable as any human member of the household. This morning, as Margot tends the fire that never truly dies, she doesn't yet know that this winter will test every innovation, every tradition, every small wisdom that keeps her family alive. She doesn't know that the man she'll fall in love with is already walking the frozen road toward their village, carrying news that will change everything. She doesn't know that the house that breathes will soon need to shelter more than just her family, that its capacity for warmth and welcome will be stretched to limits she can't imagine. All she knows is the ritual, as familiar and essential as her own heartbeat. Check the walls for cracks that might let in the killing cold. Feed the fire that stands between her family and death. Listen to the morning sounds of a household waking to another day of survival, made possible by love, wisdom, and the quiet courage of ordinary people doing extraordinary things. The gentle lowing of Bessie, a sound that speaks of contentment and the promise of fresh milk for the morning meal, the rustle of chickens settling on their roosts, the soft scratching of claws on woven baskets that have held generations of birds, the snuffling of Hamlet as he roots through the straw of his bedding, his piggy contentment adding its own note to the symphony of domestic peace. And underneath it all, the soft snores of her parents and younger brother Peter, still curled together on the great bed that dominates the center of the room. These sounds are the heartbeat of survival, the quiet symphony of a life lived in harmony with winter's demands, the proof that another night has passed safely and another day of life stretches ahead. As she adds dried peat to the glowing coals, watching smoke curl up toward the hole in the roof. Margot thinks about warmth, not just the heat that keeps bodies alive, but the warmth that comes from belonging somewhere, from being part of something larger than yourself, the warmth of shared purpose, shared struggle, shared small victories against the forces that would reduce human life to mere survival. She doesn't yet understand that both kinds of warmth will soon be tested in ways she never imagined. She doesn't know that the knock on their door that will come with the next snowstorm will bring not just a stranger seeking shelter, but a love that will transform her understanding of what it means to be alive, to be human, to be part of the great ongoing story of people taking care of each other against all odds. The house breathes around her, patient and protective, holding its secrets and its stories. The walls expand slightly with the warming air of morning, contract slightly as the night's cold retreats. The thatch settles with small whispers and sighs, adjusting to the changing weight of frost and the stirring of small creatures that make their homes in its depths. And somewhere in the distance, footsteps crunch through snow, bringing change to this small world where survival and love are often the same thing, where the architecture of shelter becomes the foundation for the architecture of the heart, where a house that breathes with the seasons teaches its inhabitants how to live in harmony with forces larger than themselves. The morning light, pale and precious in the short days of winter, filters through the small window covered with oiled parchment. It illuminates the interior of the house like a painting, the rough-hewn beams that support the roof, the baskets and tools hanging from pegs driven into the walls, the simple furniture that serves multiple purposes in a world where every object must earn its place through utility. There's the great bed, built into the wall like a wooden cave, its straw mattress covered with wool blankets woven on the loom that stands in the corner. The bed serves not just for sleeping, but as seating during the day, as a work surface for tasks that require good light from the window, as a stage for the storytelling that turns long winter evenings into celebrations of memory and imagination. The table, scarred by years of use, bears the marks of countless meals prepared and shared. Its surface tells the story of the family's life. Knife marks from cutting bread and vegetables, burn marks from hot pots set down in haste, stains from spilled ale and the occasional feast that celebrates a birth, a wedding, a successful harvest. The loom in the corner speaks of the endless work of turning raw wool into the fabric that keeps them warm, that can be traded for other necessities, that connects them to the larger economy of their region. Margot learned to weave at her mother's side, her small fingers learning to manipulate the threads that would become cloth, her young mind absorbing the patterns that have been passed down through generations of women, who understood that the ability to create warmth from raw materials was quite literally a matter of life and death. The spinning wheel, a more recent addition to the household's tools, represents a small revolution in efficiency. Where once it took hours to spin enough thread for a day's weaving, the wheel allows Margot to produce thread while doing other tasks, her foot maintaining the rhythm that turns wool into yarn, while her hands remain free for other work. Every object in the house has its place, its purpose, its story. The wooden bowls carved from oak that grew in the forest where Margot's grandfather once worked as a charcoal burner. The iron pot that hangs over the fire, its bottom blackened by years of use, its contents the source of most of the family's cooked meals. The knives with their bone handles, kept sharp enough to shave with because a dull blade is not just inefficient, but dangerous in a world where medical care is primitive and infection can mean death. The storage chests built into the walls hold the family's most precious possessions. Extra clothing for special occasions, the small amount of money they've managed to save, the documents that prove their right to work their small plot of land. These chests are more than furniture. They're the repositories of the family's hopes, their security against an uncertain future. As Margot moves through her morning routine, each action connects her to the generations of women who have performed these same tasks in this same space. The way she banks the fire echoes the techniques learned from her mother, who learned them from her mother, stretching back through an unbroken chain of knowledge that represents humanity's long struggle to survive and thrive in a challenging world. The fire itself is never allowed to die completely, banking it each night, covering the coals with ash to preserve the heat while reducing the flame, is both practical necessity and sacred trust. Fire, in their world, is not something that can be casually rekindled. Flint and steel are precious. Tinder must be kept dry. And the skill to coax flame from spark is not universal. A household that lets its fire die faces not just cold, but the very real possibility of being unable to rekindle it, especially in the wet and windy weather that characterizes their climate. So the fire becomes a living thing, a member of the household that must be fed and tended and never taken for granted. Its light pushes back the darkness that would otherwise dominate their lives for half the year. Its heat makes possible the cooking that turns raw grain into nourishing food, that renders tough meat tender enough to eat, that transforms simple ingredients into the complex flavors that make survival not just possible, but pleasant. The smoke from the fire, which might seem like a flaw in the design to modern eyes, serves purposes that go far beyond the simple disposal of combustion gases. As it swirls through the room before finding its way to the smoke hole in the roof, it carries away the moisture that would otherwise condense on the walls and create the damp conditions where mold and rot thrive. It preserves the strips of bacon and fish hanging from the rafters, turning the ceiling into a natural smokehouse that extends the life of precious protein through the lean months of winter. The smoke keeps insects at bay, discourages the mice and rats that would otherwise see the family's stores of grain as an invitation to feast, and even provides a primitive but effective form of pest control for the human inhabitants. Fleas, lice, and other parasites that plagued medieval life find the smoky environment less hospitable, giving the family some relief from the constant irritation that was simply accepted as part of life in their era. But perhaps most importantly, the smoke serves as a signal to the community. A house without smoke is a house in trouble. Either the inhabitants are dead, or they're too sick to maintain their fire, or they've run out of fuel and need help. The thin column of smoke rising from each house in the village is a daily census, a way of keeping track of who's alive, who's thriving, who might need assistance. As the morning progresses and the household fully awakens, Margot begins to prepare the simple meal that will break their night's fast. Bread, if they have it. Dark, dense loaves made from whatever grain they've been able to grow or trade for. More often, it's porridge made from oats or barley, stretched with whatever vegetables they've managed to preserve from the autumn harvest. The preparation of even this simple meal requires skills that have been honed over generations. The grain must be ground fresh, using the quern stones that sit in the corner. 2 circular stones, the upper one turned by hand to crush the grain between them. It's hard work, requiring strength and endurance, but it produces flour that's fresher and more nutritious than anything that could be bought from a miller, even if they had the money to do so. The porridge must be stirred constantly to prevent burning, seasoned with herbs grown in their own garden, enriched with milk from Bessie when she's producing well, or with eggs from their chickens when the birds are laying. Every ingredient is precious, every flavor carefully balanced to make the most of limited resources. This is the world Margot inhabits, a world where survival is an art form, where every skill matters, where the difference between life and death can hinge on knowledge passed down through generations, on the ability to read the subtle signs that speak of change coming, on the wisdom to prepare for challenges that haven't yet arrived. She doesn't know it yet, but her world is about to expand in ways that will test every skill she's learned, every tradition she's inherited, every assumption she's made about what it means to be safe, to be loved, to be part of a community that takes care of its own. The house that breathes around her will soon shelter strangers. The fire that never dies will warm hearts she hasn't yet met. And the love that grows in the spaces between survival and hope will transform not just her own life, but the lives of everyone who finds refuge within these living walls. The morning light grows stronger, and with it comes the promise of another day of life, another opportunity to practice the ancient arts of survival and love, another chance to prove that ordinary people, living ordinary lives with extraordinary care for each other, can create something beautiful enough to last forever. The knock that changes everything. The storm arrived like a living thing with teeth and claws, 3 days after our story began. It came from the north, where the old women said the worst weather was born, carrying with it the kind of cold that could stop a heart mid-beat, and the kind of wind that could strip thatch from rafters like a giant hand peeling bark from a tree. Margot woke to the sound of the house groaning under the assault. Not the gentle creaking she knew so well, the comfortable sounds of wood expanding and contracting with the rhythm of seasons, but something deeper, more urgent. The breathing walls seemed to be holding their breath, bracing against forces that tested every joint, every carefully woven branch. Every handful of daub that held their world together, the fire had burned low during the night, reduced to a bed of coals that glowed like dragon's eyes in the pre-dawn darkness. But even these embers threw enough light to show her what the storm was doing to their carefully ordered world. Frost had formed on the inside of the walls, where the cold was winning small battles against their defenses. The chickens huddled together in their baskets, feathers fluffed to twice their normal size, making soft, distressed sounds that spoke of creatures pushed to the very edge of their endurance. Bessie stood in her corner, her massive head lowered, her breath coming in great clouds that immediately condensed and fell like gentle snow around her hooves. Even she, with her thick hide and internal furnace of a body, seemed subdued by the ferocity of what raged beyond their walls. Her usual morning lowing was replaced by an occasional soft rumble that sounded almost like a prayer. Margot slipped from beneath the wool blankets, her bare feet finding the packed earth floor that was, mercifully, still warm from the slow decomposition happening in its depths. The cold hit her like a physical blow, making her gasp and hurry toward the fire. She had learned, as all who survive winter must learn, to move with purpose in the cold. No wasted motion, no hesitation that might allow the killing chill to penetrate deeper than skin. She fed the fire with the practiced efficiency of someone for whom this ritual meant the difference between life and death. Dried peat first, to catch quickly and provide immediate heat. Then carefully split wood, arranged to allow air to flow and flames to build. The fire responded like a faithful friend, leaping higher, pushing back the cold that pressed against every surface of their shelter. The wind outside was not just moving air. It was a force with personality and malice, finding every tiny gap in their defenses and exploiting it. It whistled through the smoke hole in the roof with a sound like a giant's breath, sent tendrils of icy air down the chimney that made the flames dance and flicker. It rattled the oiled parchment that covered their single window, testing the leather hinges that held the wooden shutters closed. But the house held. The breathing walls flexed with the wind rather than fighting it, the woven hazel branches bending just enough to absorb the shock without breaking. The thick thatch, weighted down with snow that grew deeper by the hour, settled more firmly onto the roof structure, creating an even more effective barrier against the cold. The house was doing what it had been built to do, not just shelter its inhabitants, but actively participate in their survival. Woolen stirred on the great bed, his weathered face creased with the particular worry of a man who understood exactly how serious their situation had become. At 52, he had lived through enough storms to know that this one was different. This was the kind of weather that killed livestock, that collapsed roofs, that turned familiar paths into death traps. This was the kind of storm that separated the prepared from the merely hopeful. How bad? He asked softly, not wanting to wake his wife Marta or young Peter, but needing to know what they faced. Margot moved to the window, carefully lifting one corner of the oiled parchment to peer outside. What she saw made her breath catch in her throat. The world had disappeared. Where yesterday there had been the familiar landscape of their village, the path that led to the church, the well where the women gathered to draw water and share news, the houses of their neighbors scattered across the small valley. Now there was only white chaos. Snow fell so thickly that she couldn't see beyond the fence that marked their small garden. The wind drove it horizontally, creating drifts that already reached halfway up the walls of their house. Bad, she said simply, letting the parchment fall back into place. The worst I've seen. Willem nodded grimly and began the process of getting dressed. Layers upon layers of wool and leather that would allow him to venture outside long enough to check on their animals and assess any damage to their shelter. But even as he pulled on his heaviest boots, they all knew that this was not a day for unnecessary risks. This was a day for huddling close to the fire and trusting that their preparations had been adequate. Marta woke as she always did. Gradually, like sunrise itself, her awareness expanding slowly from sleep to full alertness. At 45, she had the kind of beauty that came from a life lived in harmony with the seasons, from hands that had learned to create rather than destroy, from eyes that had seen enough of both joy and sorrow to understand that both were temporary. Her first instinct, as always, was to assess the well-being of her family. "Everyone's safe," Margot said before her mother could ask. "The house is holding, but we won't be going anywhere today." Young Peter, at 14, possessed the resilience of youth and the excitement that came from experiencing something genuinely extraordinary. To him, the storm was not just a threat to be endured, but an adventure to be witnessed. He pressed his face to the window, trying to see through the swirling white chaos outside. "Look how deep it's getting," he said, with the enthusiasm of someone who didn't yet fully understand that their lives might depend on how well their roof held up under the increasing weight. "I bet it's deeper than I am tall." "And that's exactly why you'll be staying inside today," Marta said firmly, though not unkindly. She understood the appeal of the extraordinary, but she also understood that survival often depended on treating the extraordinary with the respect it deserved. They settled into the rhythm that families develop during times of siege. For that's what a storm like this truly was, a siege by winter itself. The animals needed extra attention, extra food to help them generate the body heat that would keep them alive. Bessie received an extra portion of hay, which she accepted with the dignity of a queen acknowledging tribute. The chickens were given additional grain, scattered in their baskets to give them something to do besides worry about the cold. Hamlet the pig, ever the philosopher, seemed to regard the storm as merely another of life's interesting developments. He arranged his bedding with the care of someone preparing for a long stay, then settled in with the air of a creature who had seen storms before and expected to see storms again. His contentment was oddly reassuring. If Hamlet wasn't worried, perhaps they shouldn't be either. The morning passed slowly, marked not by the sun's movement across the sky, invisible behind the wall of falling snow, but by the small rituals that structured their days. Marta prepared a breakfast of porridge enriched with milk from Bessie, the warm grain providing the kind of deep nourishment that would help their bodies generate heat throughout the day. Willem carved new wooden pegs to replace ones that had been lost or broken, his hands never idle even when confined indoors. Margot worked at her spinning, the familiar motion of the wheel creating a rhythm that was almost meditative. The wool slipped through her fingers, transforming from raw fleece into thread that would become cloth, that would become warmth. There was something deeply satisfying about this transformation, about taking the gifts that their animals provided and turning them into the tools of survival. But even as they went through these familiar motions, they all felt it. The sense that something was building, that this storm was not just weather, but a test of everything they had learned about living in harmony with forces larger than themselves. The wind seemed to be growing stronger rather than weaker, the cold more penetrating, the weight of snow on their roof more pressing. It was then, in the darkest hour before dawn on the storm's second day, that they heard it, a sound that didn't belong to the symphony of wind and weather, a rhythmic thumping that cut through the howling outside like a knife through cloth. At first, they thought it might be a branch torn loose from one of the trees in their small orchard, blown against the house by the relentless wind. But the rhythm was too regular, too purposeful. Someone was knocking on their door. Willem and Margot exchanged glances across the fire-lit room. Who would be out in weather like this? What desperation would drive someone to travel through a storm that had already claimed the lives of livestock, and might well claim human lives before it was through? The knocking came again, weaker this time, as if whoever stood outside was running out of strength. Willem moved toward the door, but Marta caught his arm. "Willem," she said softly, and in that single word was all the caution of a woman who had learned that survival sometimes meant making hard choices, that opening your door to a stranger in times of scarcity could mean the difference between your family's survival and their death. But even as she spoke the warning, they all knew what they would do, because this was who they were. People who understood that survival was not just about keeping your own body alive, but about maintaining the bonds of community and compassion that made survival meaningful. People who knew that the stranger at your door might be carrying not just need, but gifts you couldn't imagine. Willem lifted the heavy wooden bar that secured their door, and immediately the wind tried to tear it from his hands. Snow swirled into their carefully warmed space, bringing with it air so cold it seemed to burn the lungs. And there, barely visible in the swirling white chaos, was a figure that might have been carved from ice itself. The man who stumbled across their threshold was so covered in snow and ice that he looked more like a walking snowdrift than a human being. His clothes were frozen stiff, his beard white with frost, his hands so numb that he couldn't even help Willem close the door against the storm's fury. He collapsed onto their floor like a tree falling, and for a moment they weren't sure if they had rescued a living man or simply brought a frozen corpse in from the cold. But then he moved, just slightly, and made a sound that might have been an attempt at speech, and Margot was already moving, already beginning the process of bringing someone back from the very edge of death by freezing. "Get him by the fire," she said, her voice calm and sure despite the extraordinary nature of their situation. "But not too close. We need to warm him slowly, or we might kill him." She had seen this before, had helped her mother tend to travelers who had misjudged the weather or been caught by sudden storms. The process of bringing someone back from severe cold was as delicate as any other form of healing. Too much heat too quickly could be as dangerous as the cold itself. They worked together with the efficiency of people who understood that they were racing against time. Willem and Peter carefully moved the stranger closer to the fire, while Marta began heating stones that could be wrapped in cloth and used to warm his core temperature gradually. Margot began the process of removing his frozen outer garments, her fingers working carefully to peel away layers that had become armor against the cold. As the ice melted from his face and beard, the stranger began to take shape as an individual rather than just a victim of the storm. He was perhaps 25 years old, with the kind of lean strength that spoke of a life spent walking long distances, carrying heavy loads, dealing with the physical demands of trade or travel. His hands, as Margot worked to warm them back to life, were calloused in the particular way that came from handling ropes and managing pack animals. His clothes, beneath the ice and snow, were of better quality than what most people in their village could afford. The wool was finely woven, the leather well crafted, the metal fittings on his belt and pack made by skilled craftsmen. This was not a local peasant caught by the storm, but someone from the larger world beyond their small valley. Someone whose presence here suggested a story that might be as interesting as it was mysterious. Can you hear me? Margot asked softly, leaning close to his face as color began to return to his cheeks. You're safe now. You're warm. Can you tell us your name? His eyes opened slowly, and Margot found herself looking into eyes the color of summer sky, clear and intelligent despite his ordeal. When he tried to speak, his voice was barely a whisper, roughened by cold and exhaustion. Thomas, he managed. Thomas of Whitmore. I was trying to reach the abbey at Rievaulx when the storm caught me. My horse. I think I lost my horse. The mention of Rievaulx Abbey placed him immediately in their mental map of the region. The abbey was a day's hard travel in good weather, 2 days if the roads were bad. For him to have been caught between there and their village suggested that he had been traveling for at least a day in conditions that would have killed most people. What were you carrying? Willem asked, not from curiosity, but from the practical understanding that a man didn't risk death in a storm unless he was carrying something valuable enough to justify the risk. Thomas tried to sit up, wincing as circulation returned to his extremities with the particular pain that came from severe cold. Wool, he said. The finest wool from the Cotswolds, bound for the abbey's scriptorium. They use it for special purposes, the illuminated manuscripts. Margot felt something shift inside her chest, a flutter of recognition that had nothing to do with his cargo and everything to do with the way he looked at her when he spoke, the way his voice carried traces of places she had never seen, experiences she had never had. This was a man who moved through the larger world, who carried news and goods and stories between places that existed only in her imagination. The wool is safe, he continued, gesturing weakly toward the pack that Willem had dragged inside with him. Wrapped in oiled leather, protected from the weather. But I fear my horse is lost, and without him. He didn't need to finish the sentence. They all understood the implications. A traveling merchant without his horse was like a bird without wings, capable of survival perhaps, but not capable of the life he had been living. The loss of a horse was not just an inconvenience, but a catastrophe that could end a man's livelihood. We'll worry about that when the storm passes, Marta said practically. For now, you need food and warmth and rest. Everything else can wait. She moved to prepare a bowl of the porridge that still simmered over the fire, enriching it with a precious egg from their chickens and a splash of milk from Bessie. Food for someone recovering from severe cold needed to be warming from the inside out, easy to digest, rich in the kinds of nourishment that would help his body rebuild its defenses. As Thomas slowly ate, his color continued to improve, and his voice grew stronger. With returning strength came returning awareness, and Margot could see him taking in the details of their home, with the sharp eyes of someone who made his living by understanding people and places quickly and accurately. She wondered what he saw. Did he see poverty, the simple life of peasants who owned little beyond their animals and their skills? Or did he see what she had always seen? The quiet prosperity that came from living in harmony with the land. The wealth that couldn't be counted in coins, but could be measured in the warmth of their fire, the health of their animals, the strength of their walls against the storm. This is beautiful work, he said, running his hand along the wall beside where he sat. The daub is perfectly mixed, and the wattle work. I've seen master craftsmen who couldn't weave hazel this tightly. Willem's face showed the quiet pride of a man whose skill had been recognized by someone who clearly knew quality work when he saw it. My father taught me, he said simply, and his father taught him. The techniques go back, well, as long as anyone can remember. And they work, Thomas said, looking around at the house that was keeping them all alive while the storm raged outside. I've stayed in manor houses that weren't as warm as this, or as alive somehow. Margot felt that flutter in her chest again, stronger this time. Here was someone who understood what made their house special, who could see past the simple materials to the skill and love that had gone into its construction, someone who recognized that wealth came in many forms, and that the form that kept you alive through winter storms was perhaps the most valuable of all. The storm continued to rage outside, but inside their breathing house, something new was beginning, as Thomas shared stories of his travels, the great markets of York, the busy ports where ships brought goods from lands so distant they seemed like fairy tales, the roads that connected their small world to places where different languages were spoken and different customs observed. Margot felt her own world expanding. She found herself asking questions she had never thought to ask, wondering about things that had never occurred to her to wonder about. What was it like to wake up in a different place every few days? How did you learn to judge the character of strangers quickly enough to stay safe? What did the ocean look like when it stretched to the horizon with no land in sight? And Thomas, warming not just his body but his spirit by their fire, found himself seeing his own life through new eyes. Here was a family that had created something he had been searching for without knowing it. A sense of home that wasn't just about a place but about a way of being in the world. A way of living that was connected to the rhythms of seasons and the needs of community, that found wealth in simple things done well and security in the bonds between people who chose to take care of each other. Young Peter, fascinated by stories of the outside world, peppered Thomas with questions about everything from the size of cities to the kinds of animals that lived in distant forests. Marta, with the wisdom of someone who had raised children and managed a household through good times and bad, asked practical questions about the prices of goods in different markets, the conditions of roads, the political situations that might affect trade. But it was Willem's questions that revealed the depth of his understanding. He asked about techniques he had heard of but never seen, about innovations in building and farming that might improve their own methods, about the ways that different communities solved the eternal problems of survival and prosperity. And through it all, Margot found herself watching Thomas's face in the firelight, learning to read the expressions that crossed it as he spoke of different places and experiences. She saw the way his eyes lit up when he talked about a particularly beautiful landscape, the way his voice softened when he mentioned acts of kindness he had encountered, the way his whole demeanor changed when he described the satisfaction of delivering goods that people needed and wanted. This was a man who loved his work, who found meaning in the connections he created between distant places and different people. But she could also see something else, a loneliness that came from always moving, always being the stranger, never quite belonging anywhere long enough to put down roots. As the evening deepened and the storm showed no signs of abating, they settled into the rhythm that would carry them through however many days they would be confined together. Thomas proved to be not just a storyteller, but a skilled craftsman in his own right. When Willem mentioned that he had been meaning to repair a broken tool handle, Thomas produced a small knife of exceptional quality and demonstrated techniques for shaping wood that Willem had never seen. When Marta expressed concern about their dwindling supply of certain herbs that she used for healing, Thomas opened his pack and shared small quantities of medicines that were common in the places he traveled, but rare in their isolated village. When Peter admired the fine stitching on Thomas's leather goods, Thomas showed him techniques for working leather that could be applied to the family's own needs. But it was when Thomas asked Margot about her spinning that something deeper began to develop between them. He examined her work with the eye of someone who understood quality, who could appreciate the skill that went into creating thread of consistent thickness and strength. "This is exceptional work," he said, holding a skein of her wool up to the firelight. "The twist is perfect, tight enough to be strong, loose enough to work easily. And the color—" He paused, studying the natural cream color of the wool. "This comes from sheep that are well cared for, well fed. You can see it in the quality of the fleece." Margot felt a warmth that had nothing to do with the fire. Here was someone who understood not just that she could spin wool, but that she could spin it well, that there was skill and artistry in what she did. Someone who recognized that the simple work of turning fleece into thread was actually a complex craft that required knowledge, experience, and a kind of intuitive understanding of the materials. "Would you like to see how we prepare the fleece?" she asked, and was surprised by her own boldness. She had never offered to share the details of her work with a stranger, had never felt the desire to show off her skills or explain her methods. But Thomas wasn't really a stranger anymore, was he? He was someone who had been brought to them by the storm, who had been welcomed into their home and their lives, who was sharing not just their shelter, but their stories, their food, their warmth. He was becoming, in the way that sometimes happened during extraordinary circumstances, part of their extended family. As she showed him the tools of her trade, the cards for combing the wool, the wheel for spinning it, the techniques for judging when the thread was ready, she found herself talking about things she had never put into words before. The satisfaction of taking raw fleece and transforming it into something useful and beautiful, the meditative quality of the work, the way the rhythm of the wheel could calm an anxious mind or help solve a difficult problem, the connection she felt to the sheep that provided the wool, to her mother who had taught her the skills, to the long line of women who had kept their families warm through the work of their hands. And Thomas listened with the kind of attention that made her feel as if her words were as valuable as the finest goods in his pack. He asked questions that showed he understood not just the technical aspects of what she was describing, but the deeper meanings, the ways that work like this connected people to the land, to each other, to the great ongoing story of human survival and creativity. Outside, the storm continued its assault on their small world. But inside, warmed by fire and food, and the growing connections between people who had been strangers that morning, something new was taking shape. Not just the practical alliance that allowed them all to survive the storm's fury, but the kind of understanding that could grow into something deeper, more lasting, more transformative than any of them yet realized. As the night deepened and they prepared to sleep, Thomas, given a place by the fire, wrapped in their best blankets. Margot lay in the great bed, listening to the sounds of the house sheltering one more life, the breathing of the animals, the soft snores of her family, the whisper of wind through thatch, and underneath it all, the steady breathing of the man who had stumbled out of the storm and into their lives. She didn't yet know that this storm would last 3 more days, giving them time to discover depths in each other that might never have been revealed under ordinary circumstances. She didn't know that Thomas's lost horse would be found alive, sheltering in a grove of trees with the intelligence that sometimes allows animals to survive what kills humans. She didn't know that the wool in Thomas's pack would prove to be exactly what the Abbey needed for a project that would make both Thomas and their family more prosperous than they had ever imagined. All she knew was that something had changed, that the storm had brought them not just another mouth to feed, but a window into possibilities she had never considered. As she drifted toward sleep, she found herself wondering what it would be like to see the world through Thomas's eyes, to wake up in different places, to be part of the great network of trade and travel that connected distant communities. But even as she wondered, she remained deeply rooted in the love she felt for this place, these people, this life they had built together. The storm would pass. Thomas would continue his journey, and life would return to its familiar rhythms. But something would be different now. Something would have been planted that might, in time, grow into something none of them could yet imagine. The house breathed around them all, holding its secrets and its new possibilities, sheltering not just their bodies, but their dreams, their hopes, their slowly awakening understanding that love could take many forms, and that sometimes the most profound changes came not with fanfare, but with the simple act of opening a door to a stranger in a storm, the art of sharing warmth. The storm raged for 3 more days, as if winter itself had decided to make a statement about the fragility of human plans and the power of forces beyond mortal control. But within the breathing walls of their house, those 3 days became something unexpected. Not just a test of survival, but a time of discovery that would reshape all their lives in ways none of them could have foreseen. On the morning of the 2nd day, Margot woke to find Thomas already awake, sitting by the fire and carefully examining something in his hands. The early light, filtering through their single window, revealed that he was holding one of Willem's tools, a small adze used for shaping wood, turning it over with the appreciation of someone who understood craftsmanship. "The balance is perfect," he said softly when he noticed she was awake. "Whoever forged this iron knew exactly what they were doing. And the way your father fitted the handle, I've seen master carpenters with tools not half as well made." Willem, stirring at the sound of voices, felt the quiet pride that came from having his work recognized by someone who clearly knew quality when he saw it. "My grandfather made that iron," he said, sitting up and stretching muscles that were stiff from sleeping on the hard floor. He had insisted that Thomas take his place in the great bed, despite the younger man's protests. Traded a whole season's worth of eggs and milk for it. Said it would outlast 3 generations if it was cared for properly. "It will outlast more than that," Thomas said, running his thumb along the edge that was still sharp after decades of use. "Iron like this, they don't make it the same way anymore. The old smiths knew secrets that are being lost." As the day progressed, it became clear that Thomas was not just a merchant, but a man of many skills. Someone who had learned from the craftsmen he traded with and could turn his hand to almost any task. When Willem mentioned that the storm had loosened some of the thatch on the north side of the house, the side that took the worst beating from the wind, Thomas immediately offered to help with repairs. "In weather like this?" Marta asked, looking toward the window where snow continued to fall in sheets so thick they could barely see their own fence posts. "The longer we wait, the worse it will get," Thomas said practically. "And I've worked in storms before. The trick is to move fast and not fight the wind. Work with it instead." Willem studied the younger man's face, seeing there the kind of calm competence that came from experience with dangerous situations. "You've done this before." "I've done a lot of things," Thomas said with a slight smile. "When you travel the roads, you learn that survival often depends on being useful wherever you find yourself. I've helped repair roofs in Yorkshire, mended nets in fishing villages, even helped birth a calf during a spring flood. You learn to adapt, or you don't last long in the merchant's trade. The repair work became an exercise in cooperation that revealed much about both men's characters. Willem, despite being older and more experienced with this particular type of construction, was willing to learn from Thomas's different techniques. Thomas, despite his obvious competence, deferred to Willem's knowledge of their specific house and its particular needs. Working together in the howling wind and driving snow, they developed the kind of wordless communication that comes between people who understand that their mutual survival depends on perfect coordination. Willem would point to a section of thatch that needed attention, and Thomas would already be moving to secure it. Thomas would identify a potential weak point, and Willem would be there with the right materials to reinforce it. Margot, watching from the window, found herself studying the way Thomas moved. Economically, purposefully, with the grace of someone who had learned to make every motion count. There was something almost dance-like about the way he worked, a rhythm that spoke of years spent adapting to different situations, different challenges, different ways of solving problems. When they came back inside, stamping snow from their boots and shaking ice from their beards, both men were laughing despite the severity of their work. There was something about shared danger, shared effort, shared success that created bonds between people faster than months of ordinary interaction. "Your father," Thomas said to Margot as he warmed his hands by the fire, "is one of the finest craftsmen I've ever worked with. The way he reads the wind, understands exactly how much stress each part of the structure can take. That's not just skill, that's artistry." Willem, embarrassed by the praise but pleased by it, busied himself with checking their tools for damage. But Margot could see the satisfaction in his face, the way he stood a little straighter. It meant something to have your work recognized by someone who had seen how things were done in other places, who could judge your efforts against a wider standard. The afternoon brought a different kind of cooperation when Bessie began showing signs of distress. The great cow, normally placid and content, was restless and off her feed. Her breathing labored in a way that spoke of more than just the stress of the storm. "She's been like this since yesterday," Marta said worriedly. "I thought it was just the weather, but—" Thomas knelt beside the cow, running his hands along her flanks with the confidence of someone who had dealt with livestock before. "Feel here," he said, guiding Margot's hand to a spot just behind Bessie's shoulder. "The way her breathing catches, and the way she keeps looking at her side." Margot felt it immediately, a tension in the great muscles, a rhythm to the cow's breathing that wasn't quite right. "What does it mean?" "I think she's got a blockage," Thomas said. "Something she ate that isn't moving through properly. I've seen it before, especially when animals are confined and stressed. The good news is that it's treatable, if we act quickly." What followed was a masterclass in animal husbandry that none of the family had ever experienced. Thomas produced from his pack a collection of herbs that he had gathered during his travels, not for trade, but for exactly this kind of emergency. He prepared a mixture that would help ease Bessie's digestion, then showed them techniques for massaging her flanks that would encourage the blockage to move. "The key," he explained as he worked, "is to think like the animal. Bessie knows something is wrong, but she doesn't know what. Our job is to help her body do what it wants to do naturally." Margot found herself working beside him, learning to read the subtle signs that indicated whether their treatment was working, the way Bessie's ears moved when she was feeling better, the change in her breathing as the blockage began to ease, the moment when she finally released the gas that had been trapped in her system, bringing immediate relief. "There," Thomas said with satisfaction as Bessie began to show interest in her hay again. "She'll be fine now, but we'll need to watch her diet for the next few days. Make sure she doesn't overeat while her system is still sensitive. Young Peter, who had been watching the entire process with fascination, peppered Thomas with questions about animal care, about the herbs he had used, about the signs that indicated different kinds of problems. Thomas answered each question seriously, treating the boy not as a child to be dismissed, but as a student eager to learn. The most important thing, he told Peter, is to really observe. Animals can't tell you what's wrong, so you have to learn to read their language, the way they stand, the way they breathe, the way they look at you. It takes time to develop that skill, but once you have it, you'll be able to help animals in ways that will seem like magic to people who don't understand. As evening approached and they gathered around the fire for their meal, the dynamic in the house had shifted in subtle but important ways. Thomas was no longer a stranger they were sheltering, but a member of their temporary community, someone whose skills complemented their own, whose presence added something valuable to their collective ability to thrive. The conversation over their simple dinner of porridge and preserved vegetables ranged widely, touching on everything from the best techniques for preserving food to the political situations in distant kingdoms that affected trade routes. Thomas had a gift for storytelling that brought distant places to life, making them seem real and immediate rather than just names on a map. He told them about the great cathedral being built in York, where master craftsmen from across Europe were creating something that would stand for centuries, about the busy ports where ships arrived daily from places so distant that their names sounded like poetry. Flanders, where the finest cloth in the world was woven. Normandy, where apples grew so sweet they seemed touched by magic. Even lands across the sea where spices grew that could transform the simplest meal into a feast. But he also told them about the smaller communities he had visited, places not so different from their own village, where people lived close to the land and found prosperity in the careful tending of animals and crops. Places where ancient skills were still practiced, where the old ways of building and farming and living in harmony with the seasons continued to provide security and satisfaction. "The thing that strikes me," he said, looking around at their warm, comfortable home, "is how much wisdom there is in the way you live. In the cities, people are always chasing after new things, new ways of doing things, as if everything old must be inferior. But here, you've perfected something. You found a way of living that works, that provides not just survival but genuine prosperity." Margot felt a warmth that had nothing to do with the fire. Here was someone from the wider world, someone who had seen how people lived in other places, saying that their way of life had value, that their choices were not just the result of ignorance or isolation, but of genuine wisdom. "But don't you ever feel—" She paused, searching for the right words. "Don't you ever feel confined? Always staying in the same place, doing the same things?" Thomas considered her question seriously. "I used to think that way," he said finally. "I thought that freedom meant always moving, always seeing new places. And there's truth in that. Travel does teach you things you can't learn any other way. But I'm beginning to think that there's another kind of freedom in what you have here. The freedom that comes from really knowing a place, really understanding it. The freedom that comes from being part of something larger than yourself." He gestured toward the walls around them, toward the animals that shared their space, toward the family that had welcomed him without question. "You're not just surviving here. You're creating something. Every day, every season, every year, you're adding to something that will outlast any individual life. That's a different kind of adventure, but it's an adventure nonetheless." As the night deepened, they found themselves talking about things that went beyond the practical concerns of daily survival. Willem spoke about the satisfaction he found in working with his hands, in creating things that would last, in passing on skills that connected him to his father and grandfather, and the long line of men who had built and maintained homes like this one. Marta talked about the rhythms of the seasons, about the way each time of year brought its own challenges and rewards, about the deep satisfaction that came from successfully navigating the cycle of planting and harvesting, of birth and growth, and the careful preparation for winter. Peter, with the enthusiasm of youth, spoke about his dreams of someday traveling to see the places Thomas described, but also about his love for this place, this life, these people who had shaped him and continued to teach him what it meant to be a man. And Margot found herself talking about things she had never put into words before, about the way she felt connected to the land, to the animals, to the ancient skills that her mother had taught her, but also about a growing sense that there might be more to life than what she had experienced so far, that the world beyond their village might hold possibilities she had never considered. Thomas listened to each of them with the kind of attention that made them feel heard, understood, valued. He asked questions that showed he was not just being polite, but was genuinely interested in their thoughts, their dreams, their understanding of what made life meaningful. "You know," he said, as the fire began to burn low and they prepared for sleep, "I've stayed in manor houses where the conversation wasn't half as interesting as what we've shared tonight. There's something about this place, about all of you, that makes a man think about what really matters in life." As they settled into their sleeping arrangements, Thomas once again by the fire, despite their continued protests, Margot found herself lying awake listening to the sounds of the storm outside and the peaceful breathing of her family and their unexpected guest inside. The storm had brought them more than just another person to shelter. It had brought them a window into a larger world, but also a mirror that reflected back the value of what they already had. Thomas's presence had made them see their own lives with new eyes, had helped them understand that their way of living was not just a matter of necessity, but a choice that had its own wisdom, its own rewards. But Thomas's presence had also awakened something in Margot that she was only beginning to understand. Not just curiosity about the world beyond their village, but a growing awareness of herself as someone who might have choices, who might be capable of more than she had ever imagined. She found herself thinking about the way Thomas looked at her when she spoke, the way he listened to her ideas as if they mattered, as if she were someone whose thoughts and opinions had value beyond their usefulness to the daily work of survival. She thought about the way he had praised her spinning, not just as adequate work, but as genuine artistry. For the first time in her life, she began to wonder what it might be like to be seen not just as Willem's daughter or Marta's helper, but as Margot, as an individual with her own skills, her own dreams, her own potential for creating something meaningful in the world. The storm continued to rage outside, but inside their breathing house, new possibilities were taking shape. Not just the practical possibilities that came from Thomas's knowledge and skills, but the deeper possibilities that came from the meeting of different worlds, different ways of understanding what life could offer. As sleep finally claimed her, Margot's last conscious thought was a question that would shape everything that followed. What would it be like to be part of both worlds, rooted in the wisdom and security of this place she loved, but also connected to the larger world of possibilities that Thomas represented? The house breathed around them all, holding not just their bodies, but their dreams, their questions, their slowly growing understanding that the storm had brought them something far more valuable than just shelter from the cold. It had brought them the gift of seeing themselves and their lives through new eyes, and with that gift came the possibility of choices they had never known they could make. Outside, the wind howled and the snow fell, but inside, warmed by fire and fellowship and the growing bonds between people who had been strangers just days before, the seeds of transformation were taking root in the fertile ground of mutual respect, shared work, and the kind of understanding that could grow into something deeper than any of them yet dared to imagine. What the heart remembers. The storm broke on the fourth morning like a fever finally passing, leaving behind a world transformed by snow and silence. Margot woke to a quality of light she hadn't seen in days. Not the gray half-darkness of storm clouds, but the brilliant white radiance that came when sunlight struck fresh snow and threw it back to the sky in countless tiny mirrors. The silence was almost shocking after days of wind that had howled like a living thing. No longer did the house strain against forces trying to tear it apart. Instead, it seemed to settle into itself with an almost audible sigh of relief, the breathing walls expanding and contracting in the gentle rhythm that spoke of safety, of survival, of another test passed successfully. Thomas stood at the window, carefully lifting the oiled parchment to peer outside at the transformed landscape. What he saw made him catch his breath, not just from the beauty of it, though the world had indeed been made beautiful by its covering of pristine snow, but from the practical implications of what lay before them. "How deep would you say it is?" Willem asked, joining him at the window. 3 feet, perhaps 4 in the drifts, Thomas replied, his voice carrying the weight of someone who understood exactly what those measurements meant. "The roads will be impassable for days, maybe weeks, and my horse." He didn't finish the sentence, but they all understood. A horse caught in a storm like this, without shelter, without the protection of human care, would almost certainly be dead. The loss of his mount meant more than just inconvenience. It meant the end of his livelihood as a traveling merchant, at least until he could somehow acquire another animal and the equipment needed to resume his trade. But even as they contemplated the practical challenges that lay ahead, there was something else in the air of their small house. A sense of completion, of having successfully weathered not just the storm, but the more subtle challenge of learning to live together as strangers became friends, as individual survival became collective thriving. Young Peter, with the resilience and enthusiasm of youth, was the first to venture outside. They watched from the window as he waded through snow that came up to his chest, laughing with the pure joy of someone experiencing something extraordinary. His laughter carried across the white silence, a sound that seemed to announce to the world that they had survived, that life continued, that even the worst storms eventually passed. "We should check on the other houses," Willem said, already beginning to dress in the layers of wool and leather that would allow him to navigate the snow-covered landscape. "The Millers have that new baby, and old Henrik lives alone." It was the way of their community. When the immediate danger passed, the first thought was always for neighbors who might need help. Thomas, despite his own losses and uncertainties, immediately offered to help with the rounds of checking on other families. "You don't know the way," Marta pointed out practically, "and you're still recovering from your ordeal." "Then I'll follow Willem's lead," Thomas said simply, "and as for recovering, the best cure for dwelling on your troubles is useful work." As the men prepared to venture out into the snow-transformed world, Margot found herself studying Thomas's face, trying to read the emotions that flickered across it like shadows cast by firelight. There was grief there, certainly, The loss of his horse meant the loss of independence, of the life he had built for himself. But there was something else too, something that might have been relief, as if some part of him was not entirely sorry to have his constant traveling interrupted. The expedition to check on their neighbors revealed both the destructive power of the storm and the resilience of their community. 2 houses had suffered damage to their roofs, but nothing that couldn't be repaired with cooperative effort. Old Henrik was indeed in need of help. His woodpile had been scattered by the wind, and at 73 he lacked the strength to gather it again before his fire went out. The Millers were safe and well, their new baby thriving despite the cold, but they were running low on the special herbs that Marta used to help nursing mothers maintain their strength. It was Thomas who solved this problem, producing from his pack a small quantity of the exact herbs needed, explaining that he always carried basic medicines for exactly such emergencies. "This is how communities survive," he said to Margot as they worked together to help Henrik restack his scattered wood. Not just by individual preparation, but by people taking care of each other when the unexpected happens. Margot nodded, but she was thinking about something deeper than community cooperation. She was thinking about the way Thomas had immediately included himself in their efforts to help their neighbors, despite being a stranger, despite having his own problems to worry about. This was a man whose first instinct was to contribute rather than to take, to be useful rather than to be a burden. As they worked, she found herself stealing glances at him, noting the way he moved with easy competence through tasks that were new to him, the way he listened carefully to instructions and then improved upon them with techniques he had learned elsewhere. There was something deeply attractive about this combination of humility and expertise, this willingness to learn paired with genuine skill. The work also gave them opportunities to talk privately for the first time since his arrival. As they carried armloads of wood from Henrik's scattered pile to his house, Thomas began to share more about his life as a traveling merchant. Not just the adventures and the interesting places, but the loneliness of it, the way it felt to always be the outsider, always be moving on just when you began to feel connected to a place and its people. "I used to think that freedom meant never being tied down," he said, pausing to rest and looking out over the snow-covered village. "Never having to answer to anyone, never having responsibilities beyond my own survival and success. But these past few days, I'm beginning to understand that there might be other kinds of freedom. The freedom that comes from belonging somewhere, from being part of something larger than yourself." Margot felt her heart skip in a way that had nothing to do with the physical exertion of carrying wood. "But surely you belong somewhere," she said. "You mentioned Whitmore. Isn't that your home?" Thomas's expression grew distant, touched with an old sadness. "Whitmore is where I was born," he said. "But it stopped being home when my parents died of the fever 3 years ago. The house, the land. It all went to my uncle, who had sons of his own. I was given enough to buy my first horse and pack, and told that I was young and strong and could make my own way in the world." "That must have been terrifying," Margot said softly. "It was," Thomas admitted, "but it was also liberating in a way. I discovered that I was good at trading, good at reading people and situations, good at surviving on my own. I built a life that I was proud of, that gave me independence and a kind of prosperity I never could have achieved staying in Whitmore." He paused, hefting another armload of wood. "But independence isn't the same thing as belonging, and prosperity isn't the same thing as happiness. I'm only beginning to understand the difference." As they continued their work, Margot found herself sharing things she had never told anyone. Her own dreams and uncertainties, her love for her family, and her home paired with a growing curiosity about what lay beyond the boundaries of her familiar world. She told him about the way she sometimes stood at the edge of their village and wondered what it would be like to follow the road that led toward distant places, to see for herself the things she had only heard described. But then I think about leaving my family, leaving this place that has shaped me, and it feels like I would be losing part of myself, she said. How do you choose between the life you know and the life you might have? Thomas stopped walking and turned to look at her directly, his blue eyes serious and thoughtful. Maybe, he said carefully, the choice doesn't have to be between one life and another. Maybe it's possible to find a way to have both, to honor what you love about this place while also exploring what else the world might offer. There was something in the way he said it, something in the way he looked at her, that made Margot's breath catch. Was he talking about travel in general, or was he talking about something more specific, more personal? Before she could respond, they reached Henrik's house, and the moment was lost in the practical business of helping the old man get his fire built up and his immediate needs met. But the conversation stayed with Margot, echoing in her mind as they completed their rounds and returned home to their own fire, their own family, their own small world that somehow felt both more precious and more limited than it had before Thomas's arrival. That evening, as they gathered around the fire for what they all knew would be their last meal together as an extended family, the conversation took on a different quality. There was an undercurrent of sadness, of impending loss, that colored even their laughter and their stories. Thomas had spent the afternoon examining his pack and taking inventory of his goods, assessing what could be salvaged from his interrupted journey. The fine wool he had been carrying to Rievaulx Abbey was undamaged, protected by the oiled leather wrapping that had kept it dry even during his desperate flight through the storm. His tools and trade goods were intact, his money secure in its hidden compartments. I could continue on foot, he said, though without much conviction. The abbey isn't more than a day's walk in good weather, and the monks are fair dealers. I could complete this transaction and then I'll have to decide what comes next. Willem, who had been quietly thoughtful throughout the day, finally spoke up. There might be another option, he said slowly, if you're interested in considering it. Thomas looked up from the piece of harness leather he had been examining. I'm interested in any option that doesn't involve starting over from nothing. The wool you're carrying, Willem continued. It's exceptional quality, isn't it? The kind that commands the premium prices. The finest I've ever handled, Thomas confirmed. Wool like this, the Abbey will pay well for it, but they're not the only market. In York, or even in some of the larger towns, wool this fine could bring twice what the monks will offer. Willem nodded thoughtfully. And what if you had a reliable source of wool this quality? Not just one pack load, but a steady supply, season after season. Thomas's eyes sharpened with interest. That would change everything. A merchant with a reliable source of premium goods, that's the foundation of real prosperity. But wool like this doesn't just appear. It takes exceptional sheep, exceptional care, exceptional skill in the processing. It takes all of those things, Willem agreed. And we have all of those things. What we don't have is access to the markets where such wool brings the prices it deserves. The implications of what Willem was suggesting began to dawn on all of them. Not just a business partnership, but a way for Thomas to rebuild his livelihood while remaining connected to the community that had sheltered him. a way for their family to prosper beyond anything they had ever imagined, while also maintaining the way of life they valued. "You're talking about a partnership," Thomas said slowly. "I'm talking about family," Willem replied, "about finding a way for good people to help each other thrive." Margot felt her heart begin to race. Was her father really suggesting what she thought he was suggesting? Was he offering Thomas not just a business arrangement, but a place in their family, a reason to stay? Thomas looked around the circle of faces illuminated by firelight. Willem's weathered features showing quiet determination, Marta's gentle wisdom, Peter's eager enthusiasm, and finally Margot's face, where he saw something that made his own expression soften with hope and possibility. "There would be practical considerations," he said carefully. "I would need to establish myself here, to become part of the community rather than just a temporary visitor. And the partnership. It would need to be fair to everyone involved." "The practical considerations can be worked out," Willem said. "As for fairness, I've watched you work, watched how you treat people, watched how you fit into our family these past few days. I'm not worried about fairness with a man like you." Marta, who had been listening to this exchange with the quiet attention of someone who understood that they were discussing more than just business arrangements, finally spoke up. "There's something else to consider," she said gently. "If you stay, if you become part of this community, you won't be traveling anymore. You won't be seeing new places, meeting new people, having the adventures that have shaped your life. Are you prepared for that kind of change?" Thomas was quiet for a long moment, staring into the fire as if he might find answers in the dancing flames. When he finally spoke, his voice was soft but certain. "I've been traveling for 3 years," he said. "I've seen wonders that most people can only dream of. Met people from every walk of life. Experienced things that have taught me more than I ever learned in my youth. But in all that time, in all those places, I've never felt what I've felt here these past few days." He looked up from the fire, his gaze moving around the circle but finally settling on Margot's face. "I've never felt like I belonged somewhere. I've never felt like I was part of something that mattered more than my own individual success. I've never felt like I was home." The word hung in the air between them, heavy with meaning and possibility. Home, not just a place to shelter from storms, but a place where you were known and valued, where your presence made a difference, where you could build something lasting with people you cared about. "If you'll have me," Thomas continued, "if you'll trust me to be worthy of what you're offering, then yes, I want to stay. I want to be part of this family, this community, this life you've built here." Margot felt tears prick at her eyes, though whether they were tears of joy or relief or something else entirely, she couldn't say. All she knew was that the future had suddenly opened up in ways she had never imagined, that the choice between the life she knew and the life she might have was no longer a choice she had to make. Young Peter, unable to contain his excitement any longer, broke the solemn mood with a whoop of joy. "Does this mean you'll teach me about the places you've been, and show me how to judge the quality of goods, and tell me more stories about the great cities?" Thomas laughed, the sound warm and genuine. "It means all of that and more. It means I'll have time to teach you properly, to share everything I've learned. And it means you'll have time to teach me things too, about this land, about the animals, about the skills your family has perfected over generations." As the evening progressed and they began to discuss the practical details of how such a partnership might work, Margot found herself watching Thomas's face in the firelight, seeing there a contentment and peace that had been absent during his first days with them. This was a man who had found what he had been searching for, without knowing he was searching for it. But she also saw something else in his expression when he looked at her, a warmth and interest that went beyond partnership, beyond friendship, beyond the practical considerations they had been discussing. Something that made her pulse quicken and her cheeks warm. Something that spoke of possibilities that were personal as well as practical. As they prepared for sleep, Thomas, now a permanent member of their household rather than a temporary guest, Margot lay in the great bed listening to the familiar sounds of her family settling in for the night. But tonight, those sounds included one more person, one more set of breathing, one more heartbeat in the rhythm of their shared life. The storm had passed, leaving behind a world transformed not just by snow, but by the changes it had brought to their lives. Thomas had lost his horse, his independence, his old way of life. But he had gained something far more valuable. A place to belong, a family to be part of. A future that promised not just survival, but genuine prosperity and happiness. And Margot had gained something too, though she was only beginning to understand what it was. She had gained a glimpse of possibilities she had never considered. A sense of herself as someone who might have choices beyond the ones she had always assumed were hers. She had gained the understanding that love could take many forms, and that sometimes the most profound changes came not from dramatic departures, but from the simple decision to open your heart to new possibilities. Outside, the world lay silent under its blanket of snow, transformed and beautiful and full of promise. Inside their breathing house, 5 people slept peacefully, their lives now intertwined in ways that would shape not just their own futures, but the futures of generations yet to come. The house itself seemed to settle more deeply into its foundations, as if it too understood that something important had been accomplished, that its purpose had been fulfilled in ways that went beyond mere shelter. It had provided not just protection from the storm, but the space and time needed for hearts to recognize each other, for lives to find new directions, for love to take root and begin to grow. In the morning, they would begin the practical work of building their new life together. They would discuss the details of their partnership, plan for the spring planting that would support their expanded household, begin the process of integrating Thomas into their community. But tonight, it was enough to sleep peacefully, surrounded by the warmth of shared affection and the promise of a future that none of them could have imagined just days before. The breathing house held them all, its walls expanding and contracting in the gentle rhythm that spoke of life continuing, of love growing, of the eternal human capacity to find hope and happiness, even in the aftermath of the fiercest storms, the rhythm of winter days. 2 weeks after the storm. The days that followed the great storm settled into a rhythm as natural and inevitable as breathing itself. Thomas had been with them for 2 weeks now, and what had begun as emergency shelter had transformed into something deeper, a trial period, perhaps, though none of them spoke of it in such terms. It was more like watching a new thread being woven into an existing tapestry, seeing how the colors would blend, whether the pattern would hold. The morning routines had adapted to include him seamlessly. Thomas woke before dawn, as was his habit from years of traveling, and had naturally assumed responsibility for the first feeding of the animals. Margot would find him in the dim, pre-dawn light, moving quietly among their livestock with the kind of gentle competence that spoke of genuine affection for the creatures in his care. "Good morning, Hamlet," she heard him say softly to the pig, who had developed what could only be described as genuine fondness for Thomas. And how are you feeling today? Ready for another philosophical discussion about the nature of winter? Hamlet would grunt in response, a sound that Thomas had learned to interpret with surprising accuracy. The pig, it turned out, was an excellent judge of character, and his approval of Thomas had done much to convince the family that their instincts about their unexpected guest were correct. Bessie, too, had taken to Thomas with the kind of trust that cows reserved for those who understood their needs and temperament. Under his care, her milk production had actually increased, as if she appreciated having someone who took the time to talk to her while he worked, who understood that even livestock needed companionship and gentle handling to thrive. The chickens, ever practical, had simply accepted him as another source of food and protection. But Thomas had won even their skittish hearts by learning each hen's individual personality, by understanding which ones were broody, which ones were adventurous, which ones needed extra attention during the cold winter days. "You have a gift with animals," Margot said one morning as she joined him in the small barn area of their house, carrying a wooden bucket for the milk. Thomas paused in his work, one hand resting on Bessie's flank, his expression thoughtful. "I think it's more that I've learned to pay attention," he said. "When you're traveling alone, animals are often your only companions for days at a time. You learn to read their moods, to understand what they need, to see them as individuals rather than just resources." There was something in the way he said it that made Margot look at him more closely. "You were lonely," she said. And it wasn't a question. Thomas was quiet for a moment, continuing to milk Bessie with the steady rhythm he had perfected. "Lonelier than I let myself admit," he said finally. "There's something about always being the stranger, always being the one who doesn't quite belong, that wears on you after a while. You start to forget what it feels like to be known, to be understood." Margot felt something tighten in her chest at the sadness in his voice. "And now?" Thomas looked up at her, and she saw in his eyes something that made her breath catch. "Now I remember," he said simply. The conversation was interrupted by Willem's arrival, but the moment lingered between them, adding another layer to the growing understanding that was developing between them. These small exchanges, these glimpses into each other's inner lives, were becoming as much a part of their daily routine as the practical work they shared. Willem had taken to including Thomas in all aspects of their farming operations, not just as an extra pair of hands, but as someone whose opinions and ideas were valued. Thomas's experience with different regions and different methods had already led to several improvements in their practices. "I've been thinking about what you said yesterday," Willem said as they worked together to repair a section of fence that had been damaged by the storm, "about the way they manage sheep in the hill country, the rotating pasture system." Thomas nodded, setting down his hammer to give Willem his full attention. "It takes more planning, more fencing, but the results are worth it. The sheep get better nutrition, the land doesn't get overgrazed, and the wool quality improves significantly." "Show me again how it would work with our land," Willem said, and they spent the next hour walking the boundaries of their property, discussing how the theoretical could become practical, how innovation could be integrated with the tradition without losing what made their current system successful. These discussions had become a regular feature of their days, and Margot found herself drawn to listen whenever possible. There was something fascinating about watching two skilled men share knowledge, seeing how Thomas's broader experience combined with Willem's deep understanding of their specific land and conditions. But more than that, she was beginning to understand that Thomas was not just sharing his knowledge, but actively learning from Willem. approaching their traditional methods with genuine respect and curiosity, rather than the dismissive attitude she might have expected from someone who had seen how things were done in other places. "Your father is remarkable," Thomas said to her one afternoon as they worked together to process wool from their sheep. "The depth of his understanding, the way he can look at a piece of land or an animal and see not just what is, but what could be. That's not just skill, that's wisdom." Margot felt a flush of pride at the praise for her father, but also something else, a growing awareness that Thomas's appreciation for her family extended beyond mere gratitude for their hospitality. He genuinely admired them, saw value in their way of life that went beyond its practical benefits. He learned from his father and his father before him, she said, her hands never pausing in their work with the wool cards. But he's always been willing to try new things, to adapt when it makes sense. "That's rarer than you might think," Thomas said. "I've met farmers who wouldn't change their methods if their lives depended on it, and others who would chase after every new idea without understanding why their old ways worked. Your father has found the balance between tradition and innovation." As he spoke, Thomas was watching her work with the kind of attention that made her suddenly self-conscious. "What?" she asked, pausing in her carding. "I'm watching a master at work," he said simply. "The way you handle the wool, the rhythm you've developed, the consistency of your results. I've seen professional carders in the great wool centers who couldn't match your skill." Margot felt heat rise in her cheeks. "It's just something I've always done," she said, trying to dismiss the compliment. "No," Thomas said firmly. "It's something you've mastered through years of practice and attention to detail. There's a difference between just doing something and doing it with artistry. What you do is artistry." The word hung in the air between them. Artistry. Margot had never thought of her work in such terms. To her, it was simply part of the rhythm of daily life, as natural and necessary as breathing. But Thomas was looking at her with an expression that made her see herself through different eyes. Not just as Willem's daughter who helped with the household tasks, but as someone with genuine skill, someone whose work had value beyond its practical necessity. "I've never thought of it that way," she said softly. "Then you should start," Thomas replied. "Because the world needs people who understand that there's no such thing as just doing something well. Excellence matters, whether it's in the great workshops of the cities or in the quiet corners of houses like this one." These conversations, these moments of recognition and understanding, were weaving themselves into the fabric of their daily lives. Thomas was not just learning their routines, but becoming part of them, adding his own threads to the pattern they had established over years of living and working together. Young Peter had perhaps benefited most from Thomas's presence. The boy's natural curiosity had found in Thomas not just someone willing to answer his endless questions, but someone who encouraged him to ask better questions, to think more deeply about the world around him. "Tell me again about the great markets," Peter would say as they worked together on some task. And Thomas would oblige, but always with the kind of detail that turned simple stories into lessons about economics, geography, human nature, and the complex relationships that connected their small world to the larger one beyond their village. "The thing to understand about markets," Thomas said one afternoon as he taught Peter to evaluate the quality of different wools, "is that they're not just places where goods are bought and sold. They're places where information is exchanged, where relationships are built, where the needs of one region are matched with the resources of another." Peter, holding a sample of their own wool up to the light as Thomas had taught him, nodded seriously. "So, when you sell our wool in York, You're not just trading goods, you're connecting our sheep to people we'll never meet, in places we'll never see." "Exactly," Thomas said, clearly pleased with the boy's understanding. "And those connections matter. The woman in Flanders who weaves cloth from your wool, the merchant who carries that cloth to markets in France, the nobleman who wears a cloak made from that cloth. They're all part of a chain that begins right here, with the quality of care you give to your sheep." These lessons were changing Peter's understanding of their place in the world, helping him see that their small farm was not isolated, but connected to a vast network of human activity and need. But more than that, Thomas was teaching him to think systematically, to understand cause and effect, to see the larger patterns that governed human behavior and economic activity. Marta, with her quiet wisdom and deep understanding of human nature, had been observing these changes with the kind of attention that mothers gave to anything that might affect their family's well-being. She watched the way Thomas interacted with each member of their household, the way he had adapted to their routines, while also subtly improving them, the way he had become not just a guest, but a contributing member of their family. "He's a good man," she said to Margot one evening as they worked together to prepare the evening meal, their voices low enough not to be overheard by the men who were discussing some aspect of sheep breeding near the fire. "Yes," Margot agreed, though she felt the inadequacy of the simple word to capture everything she was beginning to understand about Thomas. "More than that," Marta continued, her hands never pausing in their work. "He's the right man. For this family, for this place, for—" She paused, giving her daughter a look that was both gentle and knowing. "For you." Margot felt her cheeks warm. "Mother, we haven't, nothing has been said," Marta agreed, "but everything has been shown. The way he looks at you, the way you look at him, the way you work together as if you've been partners for years rather than weeks. These things speak louder than words." Margot was quiet for a moment, considering her mother's words. It was true that something was developing between her and Thomas, something that went beyond friendship or even attraction. There was a sense of rightness when they worked together, a feeling that they understood each other in ways that didn't require explanation. "Are you worried?" Margot asked finally. Marta smiled, the expression transforming her weathered face with warmth and love. "I'm hopeful," she said. "I've watched you grow from a child into a woman, and I've wondered what kind of man would be worthy of you. What kind of life would make you truly happy? I think I'm beginning to see the answer to those questions." As the days passed, the rhythm of their shared life deepened and became more complex. Thomas had begun to take on responsibilities that went beyond the immediate needs of survival. Projects that spoke to his growing investment in their long-term prosperity and well-being. He had started work on a new loom, one designed to take advantage of techniques he had learned in his travels while incorporating the specific needs of their household. The project required skills in woodworking, metalcraft, and engineering that impressed even Willem. But more than that, it represented a commitment to their future that went beyond temporary shelter or short-term partnership. "This will last for generations," Thomas said, as he worked on the intricate mechanism that would control the tension of the threads. "Your great-grandchildren will be weaving on this loom, if it's built properly." The casual reference to future generations, to great-grandchildren who would carry on their work and their traditions, was not lost on any of them. Thomas was not just building a tool, but making a statement about his intentions, his commitment to becoming part of their family's ongoing story. The loom was also an expression of his understanding of Margot's skill, and his desire to provide her with tools worthy of her artistry. The design incorporated features that would allow for more complex patterns, finer thread control, and greater efficiency than anything she had worked with before. "It's beautiful," she said one afternoon, running her hands along the smooth wood of the frame, admiring the precision of the joints and the elegance of the overall design. "It's functional," Thomas corrected, though he was clearly pleased by her admiration. Beauty is just what happens when something is made exactly right for its purpose. "Then it's both," Margot said, and the smile he gave her in response made her heart skip in a way that was becoming familiar and wonderful. The evenings had developed their own rhythm, centered around the fire that was the heart of their home. After the day's work was done, after the animals were settled and the tools cleaned and stored, they would gather in the circle of warmth and light that represented safety, family, belonging. Thomas had proven to be not just a storyteller, but a listener, someone who drew out the stories and wisdom of his hosts with the same skill he used to evaluate goods or judge market conditions. Under his gentle questioning, Willem found himself sharing knowledge and experiences he had never thought to put into words, while Marta discovered that her observations about human nature and community life were valued as highly as any formal education. "You should write these things down," Thomas said one evening, after Willem had shared a particularly detailed explanation of how to read weather patterns by observing animal behavior. "This knowledge, it's too valuable to risk losing." Willem looked puzzled. "Write them down. But I can't. I never learned." "I can teach you," Thomas said simply. "Basic writing, enough to record the important things. And Peter is already learning. He could help, could become the keeper of your family's knowledge." The idea was revolutionary. In their world, writing was something that priests and merchants and nobles did, not farmers and craftsmen, but Thomas was suggesting that their knowledge was valuable enough to preserve, that their experiences and insights deserved the same kind of permanence that was usually reserved for religious texts and legal documents. "Would you really teach us?" Peter asked, his eyes bright with excitement at the possibility. "I'd be honored to," Thomas replied. "Knowledge shared is knowledge multiplied, and the things your family knows, the skills you've developed, the understanding you've gained. These are treasures that should be passed down not just through demonstration, but through written record." As the fire burned low and they prepared for sleep, Margot found herself thinking about the changes that Thomas's presence was bringing to their lives. Not just the practical improvements, though those were significant, but the deeper changes in how they saw themselves and their place in the world. Thomas was helping them understand that their way of life had value beyond its practical benefits, that their skills and knowledge were worthy of respect and preservation. He was showing them that they were not just surviving on the margins of the larger world, but were active participants in it, contributors to the great network of human activity and creativity that connected all communities, all families, all individuals. But more than that, he was helping them see possibilities they had never considered. The idea of writing down their knowledge, of creating records that would outlast their individual lives, of actively preserving and sharing what they had learned. These were concepts that opened up new ways of thinking about their legacy, their contribution to future generations. As she lay in the great bed, listening to the familiar sounds of her family settling into sleep, now including the steady breathing of the man who was becoming as essential to their household as any of them, Margot felt a deep sense of contentment mixed with anticipation. The rhythm of winter days had absorbed Thomas completely. had made him part of the pattern of their lives in ways that felt both natural and transformative. But she could sense that this was still just the beginning, that the changes his presence was bringing were still unfolding, still revealing new possibilities and new directions for their shared future. Outside, the winter night was clear and cold, the stars brilliant in the darkness. Inside their breathing house, 5 people slept peacefully, their lives now intertwined in ways that promised not just survival but prosperity, not just individual happiness but collective thriving. The house itself seemed to settle more deeply into its foundations, as if it too understood that something important was taking shape within its walls. The breathing rhythm of expansion and contraction continued, steady and reassuring, a heartbeat that connected past and future, tradition and innovation, the life they had always known and the life they were beginning to imagine. Tomorrow would bring new work, new conversations, new small steps toward the future they were building together. But tonight, it was enough to rest in the security of shared warmth, shared purpose, shared understanding that they had found in each other something precious and rare. The kind of partnership that made all of them stronger, wiser, more capable of creating something beautiful and lasting in their corner of the world. The Feast of Small Miracles. 1 month after the storm. The first small miracle came on a Tuesday morning when Thomas discovered that his horse was alive. He had given up hope weeks ago, had accepted the loss as part of the price of survival, had begun to plan a future that didn't include the faithful mare who had carried him safely across hundreds of miles of English countryside. But Henrik, the old man whose scattered woodpile they had helped restack after the storm, came to their door with news that changed everything. "There's a horse in Miller's Grove," he said without preamble, his weathered face creased with the satisfaction of someone bringing good news. Brown mare with white markings, wearing a bridle that's seen better days. Looks like she's been sheltering there since the storm, living off bark and whatever grass she could find under the snow. Thomas was out the door before Henrik had finished speaking, Margot and Willem close behind him. The grove was a quarter-mile from their house, a cluster of ancient oaks that provided shelter for livestock during summer storms and, apparently, sanctuary for lost horses during winter blizzards. They found her standing quietly among the trees, thin but alert, her winter coat thick and shaggy, but her eyes bright with intelligence. When she saw Thomas, she whinnied softly, a sound that carried both greeting and gentle reproach, as if she were saying, "Where have you been? I've been waiting." "Bess," Thomas said softly, his voice thick with emotion as he approached the mare slowly, his hand extended for her to sniff. "My dear girl, I thought I'd lost you forever." The reunion was quiet but profound. Bess allowed Thomas to run his hands over her body, checking for injuries, assessing the damage that weeks of survival in harsh conditions might have caused. She was thinner than she should be. Her hooves needed attention, and there were small cuts and scrapes that spoke of her struggle to find food and shelter. But she was alive. She was sound, and she was clearly overjoyed to be reunited with the human who had been her companion for 3 years of traveling. "She's a survivor," Willem said with admiration, watching as Thomas examined the mare with the thoroughness of someone who understood that a horse's health was often a matter of life and death for those who depended on them. "Smart enough to find shelter, tough enough to last through the worst of it." "She's more than that," Thomas said, his hand resting on Bess's neck, feeling the steady pulse of life beneath her winter coat. "She's family." The word hung in the air with particular weight. Family. It was the same word Willem had used when he had offered Thomas partnership, the same concept that had been growing and deepening over the weeks they had shared their home and their lives. Now that family was expanding again, to include the four-legged member who had been Thomas's closest companion during his years of solitary travel. Getting Bess back to their house required careful planning. She was weak from her ordeal, and the snow was still deep enough to make travel difficult. But Thomas had learned patience during his weeks with Willem's family, had absorbed their understanding that some things couldn't be rushed, that the best results came from taking the time to do things properly. They fashioned a lead rope from materials at hand, and Thomas walked beside Bess as she made her way slowly through the snow-covered landscape toward what would become her new home. Margot walked on the mare's other side, her presence seeming to calm the animal, her soft voice adding to Thomas's gentle encouragement. "She's beautiful," Margot said, admiring the mare's intelligent eyes and well-proportioned build. "You can see the quality in her breeding, even under all that winter coat." "She's from good stock," Thomas agreed. "Her sire was a destrier, bred for carrying knights in battle. Her dam was a palfrey, bred for smooth gaits and gentle temperament. Bess got the best of both, strength and endurance from her father, intelligence and tractability from her mother." As they walked, Thomas told them about his partnership with Bess, about the thousands of miles they had traveled together, the dangers they had faced, the trust that had developed between them. It was clear that the mare was more than just transportation to him. She was a companion, a friend, a living link to the life he had lived before the storm brought him to their door. "Will she be happy here?" Margot asked, watching as Bess picked her way carefully through a particularly deep drift. After all that traveling, all those different places? Thomas was quiet for a moment, considering the question seriously. "I think she'll be relieved," he said finally. "The constant travel, the uncertainty, the nights spent in unfamiliar places. I think she was as ready for a home as I was." The integration of Bess into their household required adjustments, but they were the kind of adjustments that brought the family closer together rather than creating stress or conflict. Willem and Thomas worked together to create a proper shelter for the mare, expanding the small barn area to accommodate another large animal. Peter took on the responsibility of helping to care for Bess, learning from Thomas the specific needs and preferences of a horse bred for travel and work. Marta, with her practical wisdom, immediately began calculating the changes that Bess's presence would make to their household economy. Another mouth to feed, certainly, but also new capabilities, new opportunities, new ways of connecting with the world beyond their village. "With a horse," she said as they discussed the implications over their evening meal, "we're not limited to what we can carry on our backs or pull in a handcart. We can transport goods to more distant markets, bring back supplies that were too heavy or bulky before. More than that," Thomas added, "Bess opens up possibilities for travel that we couldn't consider before. Markets that were too far to reach on foot, contacts that required the kind of mobility that only a good horse can provide." But the most significant change that Bess's arrival brought was not practical, but emotional. Thomas, who had been adapting to a more settled way of life, now had a living reminder of his traveling days, a connection to the skills and experiences that had shaped him. Rather than making him restless, though, Bess's presence seemed to complete his integration into their family, as if he had needed all the pieces of his former life to be present before he could fully commit to his new one. The second small miracle came a week later, in the form of an unexpected visitor. Brother Marcus from Reval Abbey arrived on a cold Thursday morning. riding a sturdy cob and leading a pack mule loaded with supplies. He was a man in his 40s, with the kind of practical competence that came from years of managing the temporal affairs of a religious community that was also a major economic force in the region. "I'm looking for a merchant named Thomas of Whitmore," he said when Willem answered his knock. "I understand he was traveling to our abbey when the great storm struck, carrying goods that we had commissioned." Thomas appeared at Willem's shoulder, his expression showing both surprise and concern. "Brother Marcus, I didn't expect, that is, I assumed that when I failed to arrive as scheduled—" "We assumed you were dead," Brother Marcus said bluntly, though not unkindly. "The storm was the worst in living memory, and when you didn't arrive within a reasonable time after it passed, we feared the worst. But then we heard rumors of a merchant who had taken shelter in this village, and I thought it worth investigating." What followed was a conversation that revealed the true value of the goods Thomas had been carrying, and the importance of the commission he had been trying to fulfill. The wool was destined not for ordinary use, but for a special project: the creation of illuminated manuscripts that would be gifts to other abbeys, works of art that would showcase the finest materials and craftsmanship available in England. "The quality of wool you were bringing us," Brother Marcus explained as he examined the carefully wrapped bundles that had survived Thomas's ordeal, "is essential for the kind of work we're undertaking. The scribes need parchment made from the finest materials, and the illuminators need threads for their decorative work that will hold their colors true for centuries." Thomas nodded, understanding the implications. "I apologize for the delay, brother. The storm, the loss of my horse, circumstances beyond my control." "Circumstances that you survived," Brother Marcus pointed out. "And the goods survived as well, which is what matters for our purposes. But I'm curious about your current situation. The people I spoke with in the village seem to think you've become a permanent resident." The question hung in the air, carrying with it implications that went beyond simple curiosity. Thomas's answer would determine not just his relationship with the abbey, but his future as a merchant, his ability to continue the trade relationships he had built over years of careful work. "I have," Thomas said simply. "I found something here that's more valuable than any amount of gold. A place to belong, a family to be part of, work that gives meaning to my days." Brother Marcus studied Thomas's face, then looked around at the family that had gathered to listen to their conversation. His expression was thoughtful, calculating, but not disapproving. "I see," he said finally. "And what of your trade? Your connections with suppliers and buyers? Your knowledge of markets and roads?" "All of that remains," Thomas replied. "But it will be used differently now. Instead of constant travel, I'll be working from a base, building relationships that are deeper and more sustainable than what's possible when you're always moving on." What Brother Marcus proposed next was the third small miracle, though they wouldn't recognize it as such until later. "The abbey has been looking for a reliable local agent," he said, his voice taking on the tone of someone making a business proposition. "Someone who understands quality, who has connections with suppliers, who can manage the kind of specialized commissions that our scriptorium requires. The position would involve regular travel, but not the kind of constant wandering that characterizes most merchants' lives. More like periodic journeys to specific destinations, with long periods of settled work in between." Thomas felt his heart begin to race. This was an opportunity he had never dared to imagine. A way to use his skills and experience while maintaining the settled life he had come to value. A chance to be both merchant and family man. traveler, and community member. "What would such a position involve?" he asked, trying to keep his voice level despite his excitement. "Coordination of our wool purchases, for one thing," Brother Marcus replied. "We need someone who can identify the finest materials, negotiate fair prices, ensure timely delivery, but also other specialized goods. Pigments for our illuminators, tools for our craftsmen, books and manuscripts from other centers of learning." He paused, looking around at their house, at the evidence of skilled craftsmanship and careful management that surrounded them, and there would be opportunities for other kinds of partnership as well. The Abbey is always in need of high-quality goods produced by skilled craftsmen. Textiles, woodwork, metalcraft. We prefer to work with suppliers we know and trust, people who understand that our needs go beyond simple functionality to questions of beauty and permanence. The implications were staggering, not just employment for Thomas, but potential markets for the entire family's production. Opportunities to turn their skills into prosperity that went far beyond anything they had previously imagined. "I would be honored to discuss such an arrangement," Thomas said formally, though his eyes were bright with excitement. "Excellent," Brother Marcus replied. "But first, let's complete the transaction that brought me here. I need to examine the wool you've brought, ensure that it meets our standards, arrange for payment and delivery." What followed was a master class in the evaluation of fine goods. Brother Marcus examined Thomas's wool with the kind of attention that revealed deep expertise, testing its fineness, its consistency, its suitability for the specialized purposes the Abbey had in mind. His approval, when it came, was both professional and enthusiastic. "This is exceptional work," he said, holding a sample up to the light streaming through their window. "The quality is consistent throughout. The preparation is perfect. The color is exactly what our illuminators need. This is the kind of material that will make our manuscripts treasures that will be valued for centuries." The price he offered was more than Thomas had expected, reflecting not just the quality of the goods, but the difficulty of obtaining such materials, especially during winter conditions that made travel dangerous and uncertain. It was enough to provide Thomas with the capital he would need to establish himself as the Abbey's agent, to invest in the tools and connections that would make such work possible. But more than the money was the recognition, the acknowledgement that Thomas's judgment and skills were valued by people who understood quality, who worked with the finest materials and the most skilled craftsmen in the region. It was validation of everything he had learned during his years of travel, confirmation that his experience and expertise had genuine worth. As Brother Marcus prepared to leave, having completed his business and extended his offer of ongoing partnership, he made one final observation that would prove prophetic. "You've found something rare here," he said, looking around at the family that had gathered to see him off. "A place where individual skills combine to create something greater than the sum of their parts. The Abbey values such partnerships, such communities of craftsmen and suppliers who understand that excellence is not just about individual achievement, but about collective effort." After the monk's departure, the family gathered around their fire to discuss the implications of what had just occurred. The offer from the Abbey represented more than just employment for Thomas. It was an opportunity for all of them to participate in work that had meaning beyond simple survival, to contribute to projects that would outlast their individual lives. "It's perfect," Peter said, his young voice bright with excitement. "Thomas gets to use his traveling experience, but he doesn't have to be gone all the time. And we get to be part of something important, something that will last." Willem nodded thoughtfully. The Abbey's reputation for fair dealing is well known. If they're offering partnership, it's because they see value in what we can provide. This could be the foundation of prosperity for generations. Marta, ever practical, was already thinking about the adjustments such work would require. We'll need to expand our production, improve our facilities, perhaps take on additional help during busy seasons. But the potential is extraordinary, Thomas finished. Not just for profit, though that's important, but for the kind of work that gives meaning to life. To know that the wool we produce, the goods we supply, will become part of manuscripts that scholars will study centuries from now. That's a kind of immortality that most people never have the chance to achieve. As the evening progressed, and they discussed the practical details of how such a partnership might work, Margot found herself watching Thomas's face in the firelight. The excitement was there, certainly, but also something deeper, a sense of completion, of having found not just work but purpose, not just opportunity but calling. The fourth small miracle was the most personal, though it happened so gradually that none of them recognized it as miraculous until they looked back on it later. It was the miracle of Thomas and Margot learning to work together as partners in ways that went beyond the practical cooperation they had developed over the weeks of shared household tasks. It began with the new loom that Thomas was building, the project that had started as a gift but was becoming something more collaborative, more mutual. "I've been thinking about the pattern possibilities," Margot said one afternoon as she watched Thomas work on the intricate mechanism that would control the warp threads. "With the improvements you're making, I should be able to create designs that are more complex than anything I've attempted before." Thomas looked up from his work, his face brightening with interest. "Show me what you mean." What followed was an hour of intense discussion about the technical aspects of weaving, about how the mechanical improvements Thomas was incorporating could be used to achieve artistic effects that had previously been impossible. Margot sketched patterns in the dirt floor, explaining how different thread combinations could create textures and designs that would set their textiles apart from anything else available in regional markets. "This is brilliant," Thomas said, studying her sketches with the appreciation of someone who understood both the technical challenges and the commercial possibilities. Textiles like this, they wouldn't just be functional goods, they'd be works of art. The kind of thing that wealthy merchants and nobles would compete to own. But would there be a market for such things? Margot asked, her practical nature asserting itself despite her excitement about the creative possibilities. "There's always a market for excellence," Thomas replied. "The challenge is usually finding suppliers who can consistently produce goods of exceptional quality. If we can do that—" "We," Margot repeated, and the word carried weight that went beyond simple business partnership. Thomas paused in his work, looking at her directly. "We," he confirmed. "If you'll have me as a partner in this, if you're willing to share your artistry with someone who understands its value." The conversation that followed was one of the most important of Margot's life, though it was conducted in the practical language of craft and commerce rather than the flowery phrases of romance. They discussed how their skills could complement each other, how Thomas's knowledge of markets could help Margot's artistry reach people who would appreciate and pay for exceptional work. But underneath the practical discussion was something deeper, a recognition that they were talking about more than just business partnership, that they were exploring the possibility of building a life together, of combining their individual talents and dreams into something that neither could achieve alone. "I've never thought of my work as artistry," Margot said at one point, her voice soft with wonder. "To me, it was just what I did." what I had always done. That's what makes it genuine artistry, Thomas replied. When excellence becomes so natural that you don't even recognize it as exceptional. When skill is so deeply integrated with who you are that it seems effortless. The fifth small miracle was perhaps the most significant, though it was also the most subtle. It was the miracle of the family beginning to see themselves not just as survivors, but as creators. Not just as people who endured, but as people who contributed something valuable to the world. This transformation began with the arrival of visitors who came specifically to see their work, to examine the quality of their wool and the skill of their craftsmanship. Word had spread, carried by Brother Marcus and others who had encountered their goods, that exceptional work was being done in their small village by a family whose standards rivaled those of the great workshops in distant cities. Master Jeffrey, a wool merchant from Lincoln, was the first to make the journey specifically to evaluate their production. He arrived on a crisp February morning, his cart loaded with samples from other suppliers, his experienced eye ready to judge whether the rumors he had heard were justified. What he found exceeded his expectations in ways that surprised even him. "This is remarkable," he said, examining a length of cloth that Margot had woven from their finest wool. The consistency of the weave, the quality of the thread, the evenness of the tension. I've seen work from the guild workshops in Flanders that wasn't this good. Willem felt a flush of pride at the praise, but also something deeper, a recognition that their work had value beyond their own small community, that the skills they had developed in relative isolation were worthy of comparison with the finest craftsmen in Europe. "We've been working to improve our methods," he said modestly, though his satisfaction was evident in his voice. "Improve them?" Master Jeffrey laughed. "Sir, if this is improvement, I'd like to see what you consider perfection. I have buyers in London, in Paris even, who would pay premium prices for goods of this quality." The negotiations that followed established their family as suppliers to markets they had never imagined reaching. Master Jeffrey offered contracts that would provide steady income for years to come, agreements that recognized their work as exceptional rather than merely adequate. But more than the financial benefits was the recognition, the acknowledgement that their traditional methods, refined over generations and enhanced by Thomas's innovations, produced results that could compete with anything available anywhere. "You've achieved something rare," Master Jeffrey said as he prepared to leave, his cart now loaded with samples that would introduce their work to buyers across England and beyond. "You've found the balance between tradition and innovation, between individual excellence and collaborative effort. That's the foundation of work that will be remembered long after we're all gone." The sixth small miracle came in the form of a letter. The first letter their household had ever received, brought by a traveling priest who served as an informal postal system for communities too small to warrant official mail service. The letter was from Brother Marcus, written in the careful script that monks used for their official correspondence. But its contents were personal as well as professional, a recognition of the relationship that was developing between their family and the abbey. To Thomas of Whitmore and the household of Willem the craftsman, it began. "Greetings and blessings from the brothers of Revel Abbey. We write to inform you that the wool you provided has exceeded our highest expectations. Our illuminators report that the threads spun from your materials hold pigments with exceptional clarity and permanence. The manuscripts we are creating will stand as testimony to the quality of your work for centuries to come." The letter went on to detail specific commissions the abbey wished to place, orders for woolen textiles that would keep their household busy and prosperous for the foreseeable future. But it also contained something more, an invitation to visit the abbey, to see how their materials were being used, to understand their place in the creation of works that would outlast their individual lives. We would be honored to welcome you to our scriptorium, the letter continued, to show you how your earthly labors contribute to the preservation and transmission of divine knowledge. We believe you would find it edifying to see the fruits of your partnership with our community. The idea of visiting the abbey, of seeing their wool transformed into elements of illuminated manuscripts, filled them all with excitement. But for Thomas and Margot, the invitation represented something more, an opportunity to travel together, to see the wider world as partners rather than as individuals pursuing separate paths. "Would you like to go?" Thomas asked Margot as they discussed the invitation over their evening meal. It would be a journey of several days, a chance to see how our work fits into something larger. Margot felt her heart skip at the possibility. Travel had always seemed like something for other people, for men like Thomas who had the freedom and resources to move through the world at will. But now he was offering to share that experience with her, to make her a partner in exploration as well as in work. "I would love to go," she said. And the smile that lit Thomas's face made her realize that her answer meant as much to him as the opportunity meant to her. The seventh small miracle was the most personal of all, though it happened so naturally that it seemed inevitable rather than miraculous. It occurred on a Sunday evening in late February, as they sat around their fire discussing the week's work and planning for the days ahead. The conversation had ranged widely, touching on everything from the technical aspects of wool production to the philosophical implications of creating goods that would outlast their makers. Thomas had been talking about the satisfaction he found in their work, the way it combined individual skill with collective effort, the sense of purpose that came from contributing to something larger than personal survival or profit. "I've never felt so complete," he said, his voice soft with contentment. "Everything I learned during my years of travel, all the skills and knowledge I accumulated, it all finds expression here, in this work, with this family." Willem nodded with understanding. "That's what good work does," he said. "It doesn't just provide for your needs, it gives meaning to your days, connects you to something that will outlast your individual life." "But it's more than the work," Thomas continued, his gaze moving around the circle of faces illuminated by firelight. "It's the people you do the work with, the relationships that make the effort worthwhile." His eyes settled on Margot's face, and she saw there something that made her breath catch. Not just affection or attraction, but something deeper, a recognition, a certainty, a decision that had been building for weeks but was only now ready to be spoken. "Margot," he said softly, and the way he said her name made everyone else in the room fade into the background. "I need to tell you something, to ask you something that I've been thinking about for weeks." The room fell silent except for the crackling of the fire and the gentle breathing of the house around them. Margot felt her heart begin to race, sensing that this moment would change everything, that whatever Thomas was about to say would mark a turning point in both their lives. "I love you," he said simply, the words carrying the weight of absolute truth. "I love your skill, your intelligence, your kindness, your strength. I love the way you see the world, the way you find beauty in simple things, the way you make everything around you better just by being who you are." Margot felt tears prick at her eyes, though whether they were tears of joy or relief or simple overwhelming emotion, she couldn't say. "Thomas," she whispered, her voice thick with feeling. "I know I'm asking a lot," he continued, his voice steady despite the magnitude of what he was proposing. I know I'm asking you to bind your life to someone who was a stranger just months ago, someone whose past is so different from yours. But I'm praying that you might feel something similar, that you might be willing to build a future together. The silence that followed was not uncomfortable but profound, filled with the weight of decision, the recognition that lives were about to change in fundamental ways. Margot looked around at her family, at her father's encouraging smile, her mother's gentle nod, Peter's excited grin, and saw there not just acceptance but joy, not just permission but blessing. I do feel something similar, she said finally, her voice growing stronger as she spoke. I love you too, Thomas. I love your gentleness with the animals, your patience with Peter's questions, your respect for my father's knowledge. I love the way you see value in our work, the way you've helped us understand that what we do matters beyond our own survival. She paused, gathering courage for what she wanted to say next. But more than that, I love the way you see me. Not just as Willem's daughter or Marta's helper, but as Margot, as someone with my own skills, my own dreams, my own contribution to make to the world. Thomas reached for her hands, and she let him take them, feeling the calluses that spoke of honest work, the strength that had guided her through the complexities of wool processing and loom construction, the gentleness that had won the trust of their animals and the respect of her family. "Then you'll marry me?" he asked, his voice soft with hope and wonder. "Yes," Margot said, and the word seemed to ring in the air like a bell, announcing not just personal happiness, but the completion of something that had been building since the night Thomas had stumbled through their door, half frozen and desperate for shelter. The celebration that followed was quiet but profound. Willem produced a bottle of mead that he had been saving for a special occasion, and they toasted not just the engagement but everything it represented. The successful integration of a stranger into their family, the transformation of individual skills into collective prosperity, the promise of a future that would honor both tradition and innovation. "To Thomas and Margot," Willem said, raising his cup, "may your partnership be as strong as the walls of this house, as enduring as the skills that built it, as fruitful as the land that sustains it." "To family," Marta added, her voice warm with love and satisfaction. "To the bonds that connect us, the work that defines us, the love that makes it all worthwhile." As the evening progressed and they discussed the practical details of wedding preparations, the timing of the ceremony, the adjustments that marriage would bring to their household arrangements, Margot found herself thinking about the series of small miracles that had brought them to this moment. Thomas's survival of the storm, the preservation of his goods, the discovery of his living horse, the arrival of Brother Marcus with opportunities none of them had imagined, the recognition of their work by merchants from distant cities, the invitation to visit the abbey, and finally this, the recognition and declaration of love that would bind their lives together permanently. Each miracle had seemed small at the time, just another fortunate development in a series of positive changes. But taken together, they formed a pattern that spoke of something larger than coincidence, something that suggested their lives were being guided toward purposes they were only beginning to understand. As they prepared for sleep, Thomas still by the fire, though that would change soon enough, Margot lay in the great bed thinking about the future that stretched ahead of them. Marriage to Thomas would bring changes, certainly, but changes that felt like natural evolution rather than dramatic disruption. They would continue the work they had begun together, but as acknowledged partners rather than as individuals who happened to be cooperating. They would travel together to the abbey, would see their wool transformed into elements of illuminated manuscripts, would understand their place in the great network of craft and commerce that connected their small world to centers of learning and culture across Europe. They would build on the foundation that Willem and Marta had established, but they would also create something new, a household that combined traditional skills with innovative techniques, local knowledge with broader understanding, individual excellence with collaborative effort. Outside, the winter night was clear and cold, but inside their breathing house, the warmth was more than physical. It was the warmth of love recognized and declared, of partnership acknowledged and celebrated, of a future that promised not just happiness, but meaning. Not just a survival, but contribution to something larger than their individual lives. The house breathed around them all, its walls expanding and contracting in the gentle rhythm that had sheltered generations of their family, and would shelter generations yet to come. But tonight, that rhythm seemed to carry an extra note of contentment, as if the house itself was celebrating the completion of something important, the fulfillment of purposes that had been building since the night the storm brought Thomas to their door. The feast of small miracles was complete, but it was also just the beginning. Tomorrow would bring new work, new challenges, new opportunities to build on the foundation they had established. But tonight, it was enough to rest in the security of love declared and accepted, of family expanded and strengthened, of a future that promised to honor both the wisdom of the past and the possibilities of tomorrow. The breathing walls held them all in their embrace, sheltering not just their bodies, but their dreams, their hopes, their slowly growing understanding that the greatest miracles were often the smallest ones. The daily choices to be kind, to work with excellence, to open hearts and homes to the possibilities that came knocking at the door in the middle of winter storms. The silence between breaths. 3 months after the storm. There are moments in life when time seems to pause, when the ordinary rhythm of days and seasons holds its breath, waiting for something to shift, something to change, something to be born. For Margot and Thomas, such a moment came on a March morning when the last of winter's snow was melting into the earth, and the first green shoots of spring were pushing through the dark soil of their garden. They had been engaged for 3 weeks, and the reality of their coming marriage had settled into their daily lives like a new season, anticipated, welcomed, but not yet fully arrived. The wedding was planned for May, when the roads would be clear enough for relatives from distant villages to attend, when the abbey could spare Brother Marcus to perform the ceremony, when their expanded household would be ready to celebrate not just a union, but the completion of a transformation that had been months in the making. But on this particular morning, as Margot worked at her spinning wheel and Thomas carved wooden pegs for the new loom he was building, something in the quality of silence between them felt different. Not uncomfortable, but profound. The kind of silence that comes when 2 people are thinking the same thoughts without needing to speak them aloud. The wheel turned with its familiar rhythm, the wool flowing through Margot's fingers with the ease of long practice. But her mind was not on the technical aspects of her work. Instead, she found herself thinking about the changes that marriage would bring, not just to her daily routines, but to her understanding of herself, her place in the world, her responsibilities and opportunities. "Are you nervous?" Thomas asked softly, his hands never pausing in their careful work, but his attention clearly focused on her rather than on the wood he was shaping. Margot considered the question seriously. Nervous wasn't quite the right word for what she was feeling. There was anticipation, certainly, and a kind of awe at the magnitude of the commitment they were making. But there was also a deep sense of rightness, a certainty that this was not just what she wanted, but what she was meant to do. "Not nervous," she said finally. "More like aware. Aware that we're about to cross a threshold that will change everything, even though everything has already been changing for months." Thomas nodded with understanding. "I know what you mean. It's like we've been walking toward this moment since the night I arrived, but now that it's almost here, I can see how significant it really is." He set down his carving tool and turned to face her directly. "Are you ready for it? For all the changes that marriage will bring?" The question was more complex than it might have seemed to an outside observer. Marriage for them would mean more than just the joining of two lives. It would mean the formal integration of Thomas into their family's ongoing story, the official beginning of a partnership that would shape not just their personal happiness, but their collective prosperity, their contribution to their community, their legacy for future generations. "I think I'm ready," Margot said, her voice steady despite the magnitude of what she was contemplating. "But I also think readiness is something you discover rather than something you achieve. We won't really know if we're ready until we're living it." Thomas smiled at her wisdom. "That's very true, and very brave. To commit to something without knowing exactly what it will require of you." "Isn't that what all the important decisions are like?" Margot asked. "When my parents decided to have children, they couldn't know what kind of people we would become. When you decided to become a traveling merchant, you couldn't know what adventures and dangers you would face. When we decided to take you in during the storm, we couldn't know how much our lives would change." She paused in her spinning, looking directly at him. "The important decisions are always leaps of faith. The question isn't whether you know what will happen, but whether you trust the person you're leaping with." The conversation was interrupted by Willem's arrival from the barn, where he had been checking on a ewe that was close to lambing. His expression was thoughtful, touched with the particular satisfaction that came from successfully managing the complex rhythms of farm life. "Bessie will have her lamb tonight or tomorrow," he announced. "First birth of the season. Always a good sign when the early lambs arrive, healthy and strong." The mention of new life brought a different quality to their conversation. Spring was the season of beginnings, of new growth, of the eternal cycle of birth and renewal that gave meaning to all their work. The timing of their wedding, planned for the height of spring, would connect their personal beginning to the larger rhythms of the natural world. "I've been thinking about the ceremony," Thomas said as they settled around the fire for their midday meal, "about what it means, what we want it to represent." Willem looked up with interest. "What kind of thoughts?" "Traditional thoughts, mostly," Thomas replied. "I want our marriage to honor the customs that have given meaning to such ceremonies for generations. But I also want it to reflect who we are, what we've built together, what we hope to create in the future." Marta, who had been quietly listening while she prepared their food, spoke up with the wisdom that came from years of observing human nature and community dynamics. "The most meaningful ceremonies are the ones that connect individual joy to collective celebration," she said. "Your marriage isn't just about the two of you. It's about the strengthening of our family, the continuation of our traditions, the promise of future generations who will carry on our work." The idea of future generations brought a particular weight to their planning. Children were not just personal joy, but economic necessity. The hands that would help with the work, the minds that would learn the skills, the hearts that would carry forward the values and traditions that gave meaning to their way of life. Do you want children? Thomas asked Margot, his voice soft with the vulnerability that came from discussing hopes that were both deeply personal and fundamentally practical. Yes, Margot said without hesitation. I want to teach them what my mother taught me, to watch them learn from you and my father, to see them grow into people who understand both the value of tradition and the importance of innovation. And I want to give them opportunities I never had, Thomas added. Education, travel, exposure to the wider world. But also roots, belonging. The security that comes from knowing where you come from and what you're part of. As the afternoon progressed and they returned to their individual tasks, the conversation continued in the comfortable way that had developed between them. Sometimes spoken, sometimes silent, always present. They were learning to think together, to share not just their daily work, but their deeper reflections on what they were building and why it mattered. The silence between breaths became a space for contemplation, for the kind of thinking that could only happen when people felt safe enough to be vulnerable, secure enough to examine their deepest hopes and fears. In that silence, important truths were acknowledged, significant decisions were made, lasting commitments were deepened. Young Peter, now 16, and growing into the kind of young man who combined physical strength with intellectual curiosity, had been observing the changes in their household with the sharp attention that adolescence brought to adult relationships. He understood that Thomas and Margot's marriage would affect him too, would change his role in the family and his prospects for the future. Will things be different after you're married? He asked Thomas one afternoon as they worked together to repair a section of fence that had been damaged by the winter's freeze and thaw cycles. Thomas considered the question carefully. Some things will be different, he said. Margot and I will have our own room, our own space for privacy. We'll make some decisions together that we've been making individually, but the important things, our work together, our commitment to the family, our plans for the future, those will continue as they have been. And my education? Peter asked, his voice carrying the anxiety of someone whose future depended on opportunities that were still being determined. Your education will continue, Thomas assured him. In fact, it will expand once Margot and I are married. Once our partnership with the Abbey is fully established, there will be opportunities for you to travel with me, to see the markets and workshops where our goods are sold, to learn about trade and commerce from direct experience. The boy's face brightened with relief and excitement. Really? I could travel with you? Not immediately, Thomas cautioned. You need to master the basics first. Reading, writing, arithmetic, the fundamentals of evaluating goods and judging quality. But yes, eventually you could become my partner in the trading aspects of our work. The promise of future opportunities did more than just reassure Peter about his personal prospects. It also reinforced the understanding that their family's expansion was not just about personal happiness, but about collective advancement, about creating possibilities for all of them that none could achieve alone. As March progressed toward April, the preparations for their wedding became more intensive and more complex. Invitations had to be sent to relatives and friends scattered across the region. Food had to be planned and prepared for a celebration that would last 3 days and include everyone in their village plus visitors from neighboring communities. Arrangements had to be made with Brother Marcus for the ceremony itself, with Master Geoffrey for a special commission of wedding clothes made from their finest wool, with the village musicians for entertainment that would mark the occasion as truly special. But beyond the practical preparations were the emotional ones, the conversations between Margot and her mother about what marriage meant, the discussions between Thomas and Willem about his formal adoption into their family. The planning sessions where all of them tried to envision what their expanded household would look like, how their roles and responsibilities would evolve. Marriage changes everything and nothing, Marta told her daughter one evening as they worked together to embroider the dress that Margot would wear for her wedding. The love you feel, the partnership you've built, the daily rhythms you've established, those will continue. But there will also be new depths, new responsibilities, new ways of understanding yourself and your place in the world. Margot's needle moved steadily through the fine wool fabric, creating patterns that combined traditional designs with innovations that reflected her growing confidence as an artist. "I think I understand," she said. "It's like the difference between living in a house and truly making it your home. The structure is the same, but the meaning is deeper." "Exactly," Marta agreed. "And that deeper meaning affects everything. How you see your work, how you relate to your community, how you think about the future. Marriage isn't just about personal happiness, though that's important. It's about taking your place in the ongoing story of human life, about accepting responsibility for creating something that will outlast your individual existence." The weight of such responsibility might have been overwhelming, but for Margot it felt more like completion than burden. She had been preparing for this role her entire life, learning the skills and developing the understanding that would allow her to be not just a wife, but a partner, not just a member of the household, but a leader in it. Thomas, meanwhile, was having his own conversations with Willem about the transition from guest to family member, from partner to son-in-law, from contributor to co-leader of their household enterprise. The hardest part, Willem told him one afternoon as they worked together to expand the barn to accommodate their growing flock, won't be the practical changes. You've already proven yourself capable of handling those. The hardest part will be accepting that this is truly your home now, that you have not just the right but the responsibility to make decisions that will affect all of us. Thomas paused in his work, considering Willem's words. "I've been thinking about that," he said, "about the difference between being grateful for hospitality and truly belonging somewhere. I think I'm finally beginning to understand what belonging really means." "What does it mean?" Willem asked, genuinely curious about Thomas's perspective. "It means caring about the long-term consequences of your decisions, not just the immediate benefits," Thomas replied. "It means thinking about how your choices will affect not just yourself, but your family, your community, future generations you'll never meet. It means accepting that your individual happiness is connected to the well-being of something larger than yourself." Willem nodded with approval. "That's wisdom that usually takes years to develop. The fact that you understand it now suggests that you're ready for the responsibilities that marriage will bring." As April arrived and the final preparations for their wedding intensified, the silence between breaths became filled with anticipation, with the sense that they were approaching a moment that would mark not just personal transition, but historical significance. Their marriage would be remembered not just by their immediate family, but by their community, would become part of the ongoing story of their village, their region, their contribution to the larger human story. The Abbey had commissioned a special illuminated manuscript to commemorate their wedding, a document that would record not just the ceremony itself, but the partnership between their household and the religious community, the network of relationships that connected their small world to centers of learning and culture across Europe. Their marriage would be documented in a way that ensured it would be remembered for centuries, that their love story would become part of the permanent record of their time and place. "It's overwhelming sometimes," Margot confessed to Thomas one evening as they sat together watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of gold and rose. To think that what we're doing, what we're feeling, will be remembered long after we're gone. It's also inspiring, Thomas replied, taking her hand in his, to know that our love, our work, our commitment to each other and to our family will contribute to something that outlasts our individual lives. That's a kind of immortality that most people never have the chance to achieve. The conversation was interrupted by the sound of Bessie lowing from the barn. Not the usual gentle sound of a contented cow, but something more urgent, more demanding of attention. Willem was on his feet immediately, his experienced ear recognizing the signs of an animal in labor. "The lamb," he said, already moving toward the barn. "It's time." What followed was one of those experiences that connected them to the eternal rhythms of life and death, birth and renewal, that gave meaning to all their work and all their planning. The ewe labored through the night, with Willem and Thomas taking turns monitoring her progress, providing assistance when needed, ensuring that both mother and baby would survive the dangerous transition from one form of life to another. Margot and Marta prepared the supplies that might be needed: clean cloths, warm water, the special preparations that could mean the difference between life and death for newborn animals. Peter maintained the fire that would provide warmth for the vulnerable new life that was struggling to enter the world. The lamb was born just as dawn was breaking, arriving in a rush of fluid and struggle that left it gasping and shaking but unmistakably alive. Willem worked quickly to clear its airways, to stimulate its breathing, to ensure that the vital processes of independent life were functioning properly. "A female," he announced with satisfaction as the lamb struggled to its feet, guided by instincts millions of years old. "Strong and healthy. She'll make a fine addition to our flock." As they watched the newborn lamb take its first tentative steps, search for its mother's milk, begin the process of learning to navigate the world into which it had been born, Margot felt a profound sense of connection to the cycles of life that surrounded them: birth, growth, maturity, reproduction, death, the eternal rhythm that connected all living things, that gave meaning to their work and purpose to their planning. "Life continues," Thomas said softly, his voice filled with wonder at the miracle they had just witnessed. "No matter what challenges we face, no matter how uncertain the future seems, life finds a way to continue, to renew itself, to create new possibilities. And we're part of that," Margot added, her hand finding his in the dim light of the barn. "Our marriage, our children, our work, it's all part of the same great cycle, the same eternal story of life creating more life, of love generating more love." As they returned to the house to prepare for the day's work, the silence between breaths felt different than it had before, not empty or waiting, but full of understanding, full of commitment, full of the deep satisfaction that came from knowing their place in the great ongoing story of human life. The lamb's birth had reminded them that their wedding was not just about personal happiness, but about their participation in the eternal cycle of renewal, their contribution to the continuation of life itself. In just a few weeks, they would make vows that connected them not just to each other, but to all the generations that had come before, and all those that would come after. The breathing house held them all in its embrace as they settled into the rhythm of another day. But the rhythm felt different now, deeper and more complex, enriched by the understanding that they were not just living their individual lives, but participating in something larger, something that connected them to the eternal rhythms of birth and growth, love and commitment, work and renewal that gave meaning to human existence. Outside, spring was advancing with the irresistible force of life itself. Inside, 5 people and their animals continued the ancient work of survival and prosperity, but with the added understanding that their individual efforts were part of a larger pattern, a greater purpose, a deeper meaning that connected their small world to the vast network of life that surrounded and sustained them. The silence between breaths had become a space of profound understanding, a recognition that the most important truths were often the ones that didn't need to be spoken aloud, that existed in the spaces between words, in the pauses between heartbeats, in the moments when time seemed to stop and eternity revealed itself in the simple act of living with love, working with purpose, and building something beautiful and lasting in their corner of the world. The quickening. 4 months after the storm. Late April. The quickening came like spring itself, gradually at first, then all at once, transforming everything it touched with an energy that seemed to rise from the earth itself and flow through every living thing. For Thomas and Margot, it was the final month before their wedding. But more than that, it was the time when all the changes that had been building since the night of the great storm suddenly accelerated, revealing the full scope of what they had been creating together. The morning when everything changed began like any other. Thomas woke before dawn to tend the animals, his movements quiet and efficient in the pre-dawn darkness. But as he stepped outside, he felt something different in the air. Not just the warming temperatures and lengthening days that marked spring's advance, but something more immediate, more urgent. Bess whinnied softly from her shelter, a sound that carried greeting but also excitement, as if she too could sense that this day would be different from those that had come before. The sheep were restless in their pen, moving with the kind of nervous energy that animals displayed when they sensed change coming. Even Hamlet seemed more alert than usual, his intelligent eyes tracking Thomas's movements with unusual attention. "What is it, girl?" Thomas asked softly as he approached Bess, running his hand along her neck, feeling the tension in her muscles. What do you sense that I haven't noticed yet?" The answer came with the sound of hoofbeats on the road that led to their village. Not the steady rhythm of a single horse, but the complex pattern of multiple animals moving together. Thomas stepped outside the barn area and looked toward the sound, shading his eyes against the growing light of dawn. What he saw made his breath catch in his throat. A small cavalcade was approaching their house. Brother Marcus from the Abbey, but not alone this time. With him rode 2 other monks, a lay brother leading a pack train of mules, and, most surprising of all, a woman of obvious quality riding a fine palfrey, and accompanied by what could only be personal servants. "Willem," Thomas called, his voice carrying the urgency of someone who recognized that important visitors required immediate attention and careful preparation. "We have company coming. Significant company." The household came alive with the kind of organized efficiency that marked families who understood that hospitality was both duty and opportunity. Willem emerged from the house, already dressed and alert, his experienced eye taking in the approaching party and making rapid calculations about what their arrival might mean. Marta appeared moments later, her hair neatly braided and her best dress already in place, her hands busy with the kind of preparations that could transform their simple home into a place worthy of receiving important guests. Peter hurried to help with the animals, ensuring that their visitors' horses would be properly cared for. Margot was the last to emerge, but when she did, Thomas felt his heart skip in a way that had become familiar, but never lost its power to surprise him. She had taken time to dress carefully, to arrange her hair in the elaborate style that marked special occasions, to present herself as the accomplished young woman she had become, rather than simply as a farmer's daughter helping with household tasks. "Lady Catherine of Whitmore," Brother Marcus announced as the party reached their door, his voice carrying the formal tone that marked official business. "Thomas, I believe you know this lady." Thomas felt the world shift around him as he recognized the woman who dismounted from the palfrey with practiced grace. Lady Catherine was his cousin, the daughter of the uncle who had inherited his family's lands after his parents' death. She was also, he realized with growing amazement, one of the most influential women in their region. Someone whose presence at their small farmhouse represented recognition of a kind he had never imagined possible. "Thomas," Lady Catherine said, her voice warm despite the formality of the situation. "When Brother Marcus told me about your new circumstances, about the remarkable partnership you've developed here, I knew I had to come see for myself." The reunion was complex, layered with emotions that Thomas was still sorting through as he made the necessary introductions. Lady Catherine represented his past, his connection to a family and a social position that he had lost when his parents died. But she also represented something else, acknowledgement from the wider world that what he had built here had significance beyond their small community. "Lady Catherine," he said, his voice steady despite his surprise, "may I present Willem the craftsman and his family, Marta, his wife, Peter, his son, and Margot, his daughter, who is to be my wife in 2 weeks' time." The formal introductions were followed by the kind of careful hospitality that marked encounters between different social classes. But Lady Catherine, Thomas quickly realized, had not come to emphasize social distinctions but to bridge them, to acknowledge the value of what they had created regardless of their humble circumstances. "Brother Marcus has told me extraordinary things about your work," she said, as they gathered around the fire that Marta had quickly built up to provide warmth and light for their unexpected guests. "About wool of exceptional quality, about innovations in production that rival anything being done in the great workshops of Europe." Willem, despite his natural dignity, was clearly overwhelmed by the presence of nobility in his simple home. But Lady Catherine's manner was designed to put him at ease, to emphasize their common interests rather than their different stations. "I understand that you've developed techniques that combine traditional methods with new innovations," she continued. "I'm hoping you might be willing to share some of those techniques with craftsmen on my own estates. In exchange, of course, for compensation that reflects the value of such knowledge." What followed was a conversation that revealed the true purpose of Lady Catherine's visit. She was not just making a social call or satisfying curiosity about her cousin's new circumstances. She was conducting business, exploring the possibility of partnerships that could benefit all parties involved. The Abbey, it turned out, had been more than satisfied with the quality of goods they had received from Thomas and his new family. Word of their exceptional work had spread through the network of religious houses, noble estates, and merchant guilds that formed the economic backbone of medieval England. Lady Catherine's visit represented the first of what Brother Marcus expected would be many approaches from potential customers and partners. The demand for goods of exceptional quality is always greater than the supply, Lady Catherine explained as she examined samples of their work with the practiced eye of someone who understood both craftsmanship and commerce. Nobles, wealthy merchants, religious houses, they all compete for access to the finest materials and the most skilled craftsmen. What you've achieved here, it places you among the most sought-after suppliers in the region. The implications were staggering. Not just increased income, though that was certainly significant, but recognition of their work as exceptional rather than merely adequate. Acknowledgement that their small household had achieved something that commanded respect from the highest levels of society. But Lady Catherine's visit brought more than just business opportunities. It also brought news of the wider world, information about political developments, economic trends, and social changes that could affect their future in ways they were only beginning to understand. The king is planning new campaigns in France, she told them as they shared the midday meal that Martha had somehow managed to prepare despite the unexpected nature of their visit. The demand for high-quality textiles will increase significantly as the nobility prepares for extended military service. Those who can supply exceptional goods will find themselves with more orders than they can fulfill. Thomas felt his mind racing as he considered the possibilities. Military campaigns required not just weapons and armor, but textiles of all kinds. Clothing for nobles, banners for armies, decorations for ceremonies, gifts for diplomatic negotiations. The potential for prosperity was enormous, but so were the challenges of meeting increased demand while maintaining the quality that had earned them their reputation. We would need to expand our operations significantly, he said, thinking aloud. More sheep, more equipment, perhaps additional workers to help with the increased production. All of that can be arranged, Lady Catherine replied. I have contacts with suppliers of livestock, craftsmen who could build additional equipment, workers who could be trained in your methods. The question is whether you're prepared to grow from a family operation into something larger. The question hung in the air, carrying with it implications that went far beyond simple business decisions. Growth would mean prosperity, certainly, but it would also mean change. Changes in their daily routines, their family dynamics, their relationship with their community, their understanding of themselves and their place in the world. We'll need time to consider such possibilities, Willem said carefully, to discuss among ourselves what kind of growth we're prepared to undertake, what kind of changes we're willing to accept. Of course, Lady Catherine agreed. These are not decisions to be made lightly. But I wanted you to understand the opportunities that are available, the potential that exists for those who are prepared to seize it. As the afternoon progressed, and their visitors prepared to continue their journey, the conversation turned to more personal matters. Lady Catherine expressed genuine pleasure at Thomas's engagement, offered to provide assistance with wedding preparations that would be appropriate to his family connections, suggested ways that their marriage could be celebrated that would honor both his humble circumstances and his noble heritage. I would be honored to attend your wedding, she said, as she prepared to mount her palfrey, and to provide gifts that reflect the significance of the occasion. Thomas may have chosen a simple life, but he remains family, and his happiness matters to me. The offer was more than just personal kindness. Lady Catherine's presence at their wedding would mark it as an event of regional significance, would provide recognition that their union represented more than just personal happiness, but the joining of different worlds, different traditions, different possibilities. After their visitors had departed, the family gathered around their fire to discuss the implications of what had just occurred. The opportunities that Lady Catherine had outlined were extraordinary, but they also represented challenges that would test everything they had built together. It's overwhelming, Margot said, her voice reflecting the mixture of excitement and apprehension that they all felt. The possibilities she described, they're beyond anything I ever imagined. But are they what we want? Thomas asked, his question going to the heart of their dilemma. We've built something here that works, that provides security and satisfaction. Are we prepared to risk that for the possibility of greater prosperity? Willem, with the wisdom that came from decades of careful decision-making, offered a perspective that helped clarify their choices. The question isn't whether we want to grow, he said. Growth is inevitable. Either we control it and shape it according to our values, or it controls us and shapes us according to forces we don't understand. The question is how we want to grow, what kind of future we want to create. The discussion that followed was one of the most important of their lives together. They talked about their values, their priorities, their dreams for the future. They considered the advantages and disadvantages of expansion, the opportunities and risks that growth would bring. But most importantly, they talked about their commitment to each other, their determination to preserve what was most valuable about their way of life even as they adapted to new circumstances and new possibilities. Whatever we decide, Marta said as the conversation began to wind down, we decide together. As a family, no one person's ambitions or fears should determine the future for all of us. Agreed, Thomas said, his voice carrying the weight of someone who understood that he was no longer making decisions just for himself, but for people he loved, for a future that would affect generations yet to come. As the days that followed brought additional visitors, merchants seeking to establish relationships, craftsmen hoping to learn their techniques, nobles interested in commissioning special goods, the quickening intensified. Their small household had become the center of a network of relationships and opportunities that stretched across England and beyond. But with each new opportunity came new decisions, new challenges, new tests of their ability to remain true to their values while adapting to rapidly changing circumstances. The wedding that had once seemed like a simple celebration of personal happiness had become an event of regional significance, a gathering that would bring together people from across the social spectrum to witness and celebrate. Not just a marriage, but the emergence of a new force in the economic and social life of their region. "Are you ready for all this?" Thomas asked Margot one evening as they worked together to prepare for yet another group of visitors who would arrive the following day. "I don't think anyone could be ready for this," Margot replied honestly. "But I think we can handle it, as long as we remember what's most important, what we're really trying to build here." "And what is that?" Thomas asked, though he thought he knew the answer. "A life that honors both tradition and innovation," Margot said without hesitation. "A family that supports each other through whatever changes come. Work that has meaning beyond just survival or profit. A home that remains a home no matter how much the world around it changes." The quickening had brought them opportunities they had never imagined, challenges they were still learning to meet, possibilities that stretched far beyond their original dreams. But it had also confirmed something they had suspected since the night Thomas first arrived at their door. They had found in each other and in their shared work something rare and valuable, something worth protecting and nurturing no matter what the future might bring. As they prepared for sleep on that night of revelations and decisions, the breathing house held them all in its familiar embrace. But the rhythm felt different now, faster, more complex, charged with the energy of change and growth and possibility. Tomorrow would bring new visitors, new opportunities, new decisions to make about the future they were creating together. But tonight, it was enough to rest in the security of love and partnership, to trust in their ability to navigate whatever challenges lay ahead, to believe that the foundation they had built was strong enough to support whatever structure they chose to build upon it. The quickening had begun, and there would be no going back to the simple life they had known before. But as they faced the future together, they carried with them the wisdom of the past, the strength of their bonds and the unshakable conviction that love and work and family were the true sources of wealth, the real foundations of happiness, the lasting legacy they would leave for generations yet to come. The first breath. 5 months after the storm, early May. The first breath of their new life together came not on their wedding day, as might have been expected, but on a quiet morning 3 days before the ceremony, when Thomas woke to find Margot already dressed and standing at the window, watching the sun rise over the landscape that had become their shared world. There was something different about her posture, something in the quality of her stillness that made Thomas understand immediately that this was a moment of significance, a threshold being crossed in the privacy of dawn before the day's demands could intrude upon the profound simplicity of recognition and acceptance. "You're awake early," he said softly, not wanting to break the spell of the moment, but needing to acknowledge what he sensed was happening between them. "I couldn't sleep," Margot replied, her voice carrying a note of wonder that made Thomas rise from his pallet by the fire and move to stand beside her at the window. "I kept thinking about everything that's changed, everything that's about to change, and I realized something important." Thomas waited, understanding that whatever she was about to say would be significant, not just for this moment, but for all the moments that would follow, for the life they were about to begin together as husband and wife. "I realized that I'm not nervous about marrying you," she said, turning to face him directly. "I'm not worried about the changes marriage will bring, or the responsibilities we'll share, or the challenges we'll face together. I'm excited about all of those things. What I'm feeling isn't fear, it's anticipation. Pure, complete anticipation for the life we're going to build together." The words hung in the air between them, carrying a weight that Thomas felt in his chest like a physical presence. This was the first breath of their marriage, he realized. Not the formal vows they would exchange in 3 days, but this moment of absolute certainty. This recognition that they were ready not just to promise to love each other, but to actually do it, day after day, year after year, through whatever circumstances life might bring. "I feel the same way," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "For the first time in my life, I'm not thinking about what might go wrong, what I might lose, what uncertainties lie ahead. I'm thinking about what we're going to create together, what we're going to build, what we're going to become." They stood together at the window as the sun climbed higher, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose that seemed to promise warmth and growth and endless possibility. The landscape spread out before them, their fields, their animals, their neighbors' houses, the road that connected them to the wider world, looked different in this light. Not just familiar, but beloved. Not just home, but the foundation upon which they would build their future. 3 more days, Margot said, though she was smiling as she said it, as if the waiting had become part of the joy rather than an obstacle to it. 3 more days, Thomas agreed, and then the rest of our lives. The household was already stirring around them, the familiar sounds of morning routines beginning to fill the air. But for a few more moments, they stood together in the golden light, breathing in the first breath of their new life, feeling the certainty settle into their bones like warmth from a fire, like strength from good food, like peace from work well done. When they finally turned away from the window and began their own morning tasks, everything felt different, not changed exactly, because the routines were the same, the work was the same, the people around them were the same. But the meaning had shifted, had deepened, had become something richer and more complex than it had been before. Thomas went to tend the animals, but as he worked, he found himself thinking not just about the immediate needs of the creatures in his care, but about the long-term implications of their husbandry, about the breeding decisions that would affect their flock for years to come, about the legacy they were building through the careful stewardship of the resources entrusted to them. Margot returned to her spinning, but the wool flowing through her fingers seemed to carry new possibilities, new potential for beauty and utility that went beyond anything she had created before. The thread she was creating would become cloth, and that cloth would become garments or household goods or trade items that would carry their work into the wider world, connecting them to people and places they would never see, but whose lives would be touched by the quality of what they produced. Willem, observing the subtle changes in both of them, smiled with the satisfaction of a father who had watched his children grow into the people they were meant to become. The partnership he had offered to Thomas months ago had evolved into something deeper than he had originally envisioned. Not just the addition of another worker to their household, but the creation of a new generation of leadership, a new chapter in their family's ongoing story, the final preparations, he said, as they gathered for their morning meal, his voice carrying the weight of someone who understood that they were approaching a moment of historical significance for their family. Everything must be perfect. The preparations for their wedding had grown far beyond what any of them had originally envisioned. What had started as plans for a simple ceremony with family and close neighbors had evolved into an event that would bring together people from across the region. Nobles and merchants, craftsmen and farmers, representatives from the abbey, and delegations from neighboring villages. Lady Catherine had been true to her word, providing not just her presence but assistance with arrangements that would make their wedding a celebration worthy of the partnerships and opportunities that were opening up for their family. Brother Marcus had coordinated with other religious houses to ensure that their ceremony would be conducted with the kind of solemnity and beauty that marked truly significant occasions. Master Geoffrey had commissioned special garments for the bride and groom, made from their own finest wool, but crafted by the most skilled tailors in Lincoln. Garments that would serve not just as wedding clothes, but as symbols of the quality and artistry that had earned them their growing reputation. But beyond all the external preparations were the internal ones. The conversations between Thomas and Margot about their hopes and expectations, their fears and dreams, their understanding of what marriage would mean for them personally and for their family collectively. "I want our marriage to be a partnership in the truest sense," Margot had said during one of their evening talks, "not just sharing the work and the responsibilities, but sharing the decisions, the dreams, the vision of what we want to create together." "That's what I want too," Thomas had replied. "I've seen too many marriages where one person dominates and the other simply follows. That's not partnership. That's just another form of servitude. What we have, what we're building, is something different." Their conversations had covered every aspect of their future life together. How they would manage their household, how they would raise their children, how they would balance the demands of their growing business with their commitment to family and community, how they would maintain their values and priorities even as their circumstances changed. But perhaps most importantly, they had talked about love itself, not just the romantic feelings that had brought them together, but the deeper commitment that would sustain them through the inevitable challenges and difficulties that lay ahead. Love isn't just a feeling, Margot had observed during one particularly profound discussion. It's a decision, a choice you make every day to put the other person's well-being alongside your own, to work for their happiness as much as your own, to build something together that's stronger and more beautiful than what either of you could create alone. "That's exactly right," Thomas had agreed. And it's also a skill, something you get better at with practice. The more you choose to love, the more natural it becomes, the more it becomes part of who you are, rather than just something you do. As the final day of preparation arrived, the household was filled with a controlled chaos that somehow managed to be both exciting and peaceful. Relatives had begun arriving from distant villages. Old friends had come to celebrate with them, and their house had been transformed into a center of activity that buzzed with conversation and laughter and the kind of joyful energy that marked truly happy occasions. But in the midst of all the activity, Thomas and Margot found moments of quiet connection, opportunities to step aside from the preparations and simply be together, to remember what all the celebration was really about. "Tomorrow," Thomas said as they stood together in the garden, watching the sun set on their last day as unmarried individuals. "Tomorrow," Margot agreed, her hand finding his in the gathering dusk. They were quiet for a moment, both of them thinking about the magnitude of what they were about to undertake, the significance of the vows they would exchange, the life they would begin together as husband and wife. "Are you ready?" Thomas asked, though he already knew the answer from the certainty in her voice, the peace in her expression, the way she had been moving through the preparations with the kind of calm confidence that came from absolute conviction. "I've been ready since the morning I realized I wasn't nervous anymore," Margot replied. "Since the moment I understood that marrying you wasn't something I had to do, but something I wanted to do more than anything else in the world." The wedding day dawned clear and bright, with the kind of perfect spring weather that seemed designed specifically for celebration. The air was warm, but not hot, filled with the sense of blooming flowers and new grass, touched with a gentle breeze that carried the sounds of birds and the distant lowing of cattle, and the voices of people gathering for the ceremony. Thomas woke before dawn, as had become his habit, but this time he lay still for a few moments, listening to the familiar sounds of the house around him, the gentle breathing of the family that had become his own, the settling of timbers that had sheltered generations of their ancestors, the soft sounds of animals stirring in their nearby shelters. This was the last morning he would wake as a guest in this house, he realized. Tomorrow he would wake as a full member of the family, as Margot's husband, as a partner in everything they had built and everything they would build in the future. The realization brought not anxiety, but a deep sense of gratitude. Gratitude for the storm that had brought him to their door, for the family that had welcomed him, for the love that had grown between him and Margot, for the opportunities that had opened up for all of them, for the chance to be part of something larger and more meaningful than his individual existence. Margot woke to find her mother sitting beside the bed, already dressed in her finest clothes, her face glowing with the kind of happiness that mothers felt when their children reached moments of perfect joy. "Good morning, my daughter," Marta said softly. "Today you become a wife." The words carried weight that went beyond their simple meaning. Today, Margot would take her place in the long line of women who had found love and partnership, who had committed themselves to building families and communities, who had chosen to bind their individual lives to something larger and more enduring than personal happiness alone. "I'm ready, Mother," Margot said, her voice steady and sure. "I've never been more ready for anything in my life." The morning passed in a blur of preparation and anticipation. Margot was bathed and dressed in the beautiful gown that had been crafted specifically for this day, her hair arranged in the elaborate style that marked special occasions, her hands and face prepared with the kind of care that transformed everyday beauty into something radiant and memorable. Thomas, meanwhile, was helped into his own wedding garments by Willem and Peter, the three men sharing the kind of quiet camaraderie that marked significant moments in the lives of families. The clothes were finer than anything Thomas had ever worn, but they were also practical, designed to serve not just for this one day, but for other important occasions in the years to come. "You look like a nobleman," Peter said with admiration as Thomas adjusted the belt that held his wedding tunic in place. "I look like a man who's about to marry the woman he loves," Thomas corrected gently. "That's the only nobility that matters today." As the hour of the ceremony approached, guests began gathering in the area that had been prepared for the occasion. The wedding would take place outdoors, in the space between their house and the barn, under the open sky that had sheltered their courtship and would witness their vows. Brother Marcus arrived in his finest robes, accompanied by 2 other monks who would assist with the ceremony. Lady Catherine came with a small retinue that included musicians who would provide entertainment for the celebration that would follow. Master Geoffrey brought gifts that represented not just personal good wishes, but recognition of the business partnerships that were developing around their growing reputation. But most importantly, the people of their village came. Neighbors who had watched their courtship develop, friends who had seen their partnership grow, community members who understood that this wedding represented not just personal happiness, but collective celebration. Not just individual commitment, but community strengthening. As Margot walked from the house to the place where the ceremony would be conducted, Thomas felt his breath catch in his throat. She was beautiful, certainly, but more than that, she was radiant with the kind of inner light that came from absolute certainty, complete joy, perfect peace with the choice she was making. When she reached his side and they turned together to face Brother Marcus, Thomas felt the first breath of their married life fill his lungs. Not nervous anticipation, not anxious hope, but calm certainty, deep joy, complete readiness for whatever the future might bring. "Dearly beloved," Brother Marcus began, his voice carrying across the gathered crowd. "We are gathered here today to witness and celebrate the union of Thomas and Margot, to ask God's blessing upon their marriage, and to welcome them into the community of married couples who have chosen to bind their lives together in love and partnership." The words of the ceremony were traditional, sanctified by centuries of use, but they felt fresh and new as they were spoken over Thomas and Margot. Each vow carried personal meaning. Each promise reflected commitments they had already been making to each other for months. Each blessing acknowledged relationships and responsibilities that had already been developing in their daily lives. When the moment came for them to exchange their personal vows, Thomas took Margot's hands in his and spoke words that came from the deepest part of his heart. "Margot, I promise to love you not just in joy, but in sorrow, not just in prosperity, but in hardship, not just when love is easy, but when it requires effort and sacrifice. I promise to be your partner in all things, in work and in rest, in decisions great and small, in the raising of our children and the building of our home. I promise to honor your skills and support your dreams, to value your opinions and respect your wisdom, to stand beside you as we face whatever challenges and opportunities life may bring." Margot's response was equally heartfelt, equally personal, equally rooted in the deep understanding they had developed of each other and of what they wanted to build together. "Thomas, I promise to love you with all my heart, to support you in all your endeavors, to share with you all my joys and sorrows, all my hopes and fears, all my dreams for our future together. I promise to be your partner in creating a home that honors both tradition and innovation. A family that values both individual excellence and collective harmony. A life that contributes to something larger than our personal happiness. I promise to work beside you, to grow with you, to build with you something beautiful and lasting, and worthy of the love we share. When Brother Marcus pronounced them husband and wife, when Thomas kissed his new bride for the first time as her husband, when the gathered crowd erupted in cheers and applause and celebration, the first breath of their married life became a great inhalation of joy that seemed to fill not just their lungs, but their entire beings, with the certainty that they had chosen well, committed wisely, and begun something that would bring happiness not just to themselves, but to everyone whose lives they touched. The celebration that followed was everything they had hoped it would be, and more. There was music and dancing, feasting and storytelling, toasts and speeches, and the kind of joyful chaos that marked truly memorable occasions. But through it all, Thomas and Margot remained connected to each other, and to the deeper meaning of what they had just accomplished. As the sun set on their wedding day, and the celebration began to wind down, they found themselves standing together in the same spot where they had watched the sunrise on the morning when everything had changed, when they had first breathed the air of their new life together. "We did it," Margot said softly, her voice filled with wonder and satisfaction and deep, abiding joy. "We did," Thomas agreed, his arm around her waist, his heart full of gratitude for the journey that had brought them to this moment and anticipation for the journey that lay ahead. Around them, their family and friends continued to celebrate, but for Thomas and Margot, the most important part of the day had already been accomplished. They had made their vows, exchanged their promises, committed themselves to building a life together that would honor both their individual gifts and their shared dreams. The first breath of their married life had been drawn, and it tasted of possibility, of hope, of love that would grow stronger with each passing day, of work that would become more meaningful because it was shared, of a future that stretched ahead of them like an open road, full of adventures yet to be discovered and joys yet to be experienced. As they prepared to retire to their new room, the space that had been prepared for them as a married couple, their first truly private space as husband and wife, Thomas and Margot carried with them the blessings of their community, the support of their family, and the deep, unshakable conviction that they had found in each other everything they had been searching for, everything they needed to build a life of meaning and purpose and lasting happiness. The breathing house settled around them all, its walls expanding and contracting in the gentle rhythm that had sheltered generations of their family, and would shelter the generations yet to come. But tonight, that rhythm seemed to carry an extra note of contentment, as if the house itself was celebrating the completion of something important, the beginning of something beautiful, the first breath of a new chapter in the ongoing story of love and work and family that gave meaning to human existence. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new opportunities, new adventures in the life they were building together. But tonight, it was enough to rest in the security of love declared and vows exchanged, of partnership acknowledged and community celebrated, of a future that promised to be everything they had dared to hope for, and more than they had ever imagined possible. The first breath had been taken. The rest of their lives together stretched ahead like a vast, beautiful landscape, waiting to be explored, cultivated, and transformed by the love and work and dedication they would bring to it, day after day, year after year, for as long as they both should live. The return of spring. 1 year after the storm, March. The return of spring came not as a surprise but as a confirmation, a completion of the great circle that had begun with Thomas's arrival during the worst storm in living memory, and now found its perfect resolution in the gentle warmth of a March morning that promised renewal, growth, and the eternal continuation of life itself. Margot woke first, as had become her habit in the months since their marriage, her body attuned to rhythms that were both ancient and immediate. But this morning was different, marked by a particular quality of awareness that made her lie still for a moment, her hand resting on the gentle curve of her belly, feeling the first stirrings of the new life that was growing within her. The child would be born in autumn, she calculated, sometime around the anniversary of Thomas's arrival. The symmetry of it seemed almost too perfect to be coincidental, as if the same forces that had brought them together were now blessing their union with the promise of continuation, of new life emerging from the love they had built together. Thomas stirred beside her, his arm tightening around her waist in a gesture that had become as natural as breathing. Even in sleep, he seemed to sense the significance of this morning, the importance of what she was about to tell him. "Good morning, husband," she said softly, the word still carrying a note of wonder even after 10 months of marriage. "Good morning, wife," he replied, his voice thick with sleep but warm with the contentment that had become their constant companion. "You're awake early." "I have something to tell you," Margot said, turning in his arms so she could see his face when she shared the news that would change everything once again. Something wonderful. Thomas was immediately alert, his eyes searching her face for clues about what she was about to reveal. The quality of her voice, the particular kind of joy in her expression, the way she was holding herself, all of it suggested news of the most significant kind. "We're going to have a child," she said simply, watching as understanding dawned in his eyes, as wonder and joy and profound gratitude transformed his features. For a moment, Thomas couldn't speak. The magnitude of what she had told him seemed to fill the space between them, to expand until it encompassed not just their personal happiness, but the entire future they were building together. A child. Their child. The next generation of their family. The continuation of their love. The living proof that what they had created together was not just beautiful, but fertile. Not just meaningful, but generative. "Are you certain?" he asked finally, his voice barely above a whisper. "As certain as I can be," Margot replied, her hand covering his as he placed it gently on her belly. "The signs are all there, the changes in my body, the way I've been feeling, the timing. I'm with child, Thomas. We're going to be parents." The kiss that followed was different from any they had shared before. Not passionate in the way of new lovers, but profound in the way of partners who had just discovered that their love had created something that would outlast their individual lives. Something that would carry their hopes and dreams and values into a future they would never see, but could now help to shape. "When?" Thomas asked, his practical nature asserting itself even as his heart soared with joy. "Autumn," Margot replied. "Around the time of year when you first came to us. It seems fitting, doesn't it? The anniversary of the storm that brought us together, and now the birth of our first child." Thomas felt tears prick at his eyes as he contemplated the perfect symmetry of it. The storm that had seemed like disaster had been the beginning of everything good in his life. Now, a year later, that same season would bring them their greatest joy, their most precious gift, their contribution to the eternal cycle of life and love and family that gave meaning to human existence. "We need to tell the family," he said, though he was reluctant to leave the privacy of their room, to share this moment with anyone else before they had fully absorbed its significance themselves. "We will," Margot agreed. "But first, let's just be with this knowledge for a few minutes. Let's think about what it means, what it will change, what we want for this child." They lay together in the growing light of dawn, their hands resting on the place where their child was growing, their minds filled with dreams and plans and hopes for the future. A child would change everything: their daily routines, their long-term plans, their understanding of their responsibilities and opportunities. But it would also complete something, would fulfill the deepest purpose of their marriage, would transform them from a couple into a family in the fullest sense of the word. "I want to give this child everything," Thomas said softly. "Not just material things, though we'll provide well for them, but opportunities, education, exposure to the wider world, understanding of their place in something larger than themselves. And I want to give them roots," Margot added, "connection to this place, to our family's traditions, to the skills and values that have sustained us for generations. I want them to know where they come from and why it matters." "Both," Thomas said with certainty. "Roots and wings. Connection to tradition and openness to innovation. The best of what we've learned from our families, and the best of what we've discovered together." When they finally emerged from their room to share their news with the rest of the household, they found Willem already up and tending the fire, his movements efficient despite the early hour. He looked up as they approached, and something in their expressions must have told him immediately that significant news was coming. "You have something to tell us," he said, and it wasn't a question. "We do," Thomas replied, his arm around Margot's waist, his face glowing with happiness. "We're going to have a child. Margot is with child." The silence that followed was profound, filled with the weight of recognition and joy, and the kind of deep satisfaction that came from seeing the natural order of things fulfilled. Willem's face transformed slowly, wonder and pride and happiness combining in an expression that spoke of dreams fulfilled and prayers answered. "A grandchild," he said softly, as if testing the words, learning their weight and meaning. "Our first grandchild." Marta appeared from the kitchen area, drawn by the quality of silence, the sense that something important was happening. When Willem shared the news, her reaction was immediate and profound. Tears of joy, embraces that seemed to encompass not just the expectant parents, but the entire future they were creating together. "When?" she asked, her practical nature asserting itself even as her heart overflowed with happiness. "Autumn," Margot replied. "Around the anniversary of the storm." Peter, now 17 and growing into the kind of young man who understood the significance of family milestones, whooped with joy at the news. "I'm going to be an uncle," he exclaimed, his excitement infectious and pure. The breakfast that followed was unlike any they had shared before, marked by a particular quality of celebration and anticipation that transformed their simple meal into a feast of gratitude and hope. They talked about practical preparations, the changes that would need to be made to their living arrangements, the additional resources that would be required, the adjustments to their work routines that a baby would necessitate. But more than the practical considerations were the emotional ones, the dreams they had for this child, the values they wanted to pass on, the kind of upbringing they hoped to provide. The conversation revealed the depth of thought they had all given to questions of family and legacy, the careful consideration they brought to their roles as parents and grandparents and uncle. This child will be born into prosperity. Woolen observed with satisfaction. Not just material prosperity, though that's important, but the prosperity that comes from being part of a family that values both tradition and innovation, that understands the importance of both individual excellence and collective harmony. And they'll be born into opportunity, Thomas added. The partnerships we've developed, the reputation we've built, the connections we've established, all of that will create possibilities for this child that none of us had when we were growing up. But most importantly, Marta said, her voice carrying the wisdom of someone who understood what truly mattered. They'll be born into love, into a family that knows how to work together, how to support each other, how to build something beautiful and lasting and meaningful. As the days that followed brought the full arrival of spring, the greening of fields, the birth of lambs, the return of migratory birds, the warming of air and soil and hearts, the news of Margot's pregnancy seemed to add an extra dimension to the season's promise of renewal and growth. Their work took on new meaning, informed by the understanding that they were building not just for themselves, but for the next generation. The improvements they made to their facilities, the relationships they developed with suppliers and customers, the reputation they built for quality and reliability. All of it would benefit the child who was growing in Margot's womb, would create opportunities and advantages that would shape their entire life. The Abbey commissioned a special manuscript to commemorate the expected birth, an illuminated text that would record not just the child's arrival, but their place in the ongoing story of their family's partnership with the religious community. Brother Marcus visited regularly, offering not just spiritual guidance but practical assistance with preparations for the expansion of their household. Lady Catherine sent gifts that reflected both her personal affection for Thomas and her recognition of the significance of this birth for the future of their business partnerships. Fine cloth for baby clothes, silver cups that would be treasured heirlooms, books that would provide education and entertainment as the child grew, all carefully chosen to reflect both immediate needs and long-term aspirations. Master Geoffrey and other merchants who had developed relationships with their household offered assistance with the practical aspects of preparing for a child. Cradles crafted by the finest woodworkers, blankets woven from the softest wool, toys that combined beauty with educational value. The network of relationships they had built was proving its worth in ways that went far beyond simple commerce. But perhaps the most significant changes were the internal ones, the shifts in perspective and priority that came with the knowledge that they were about to become parents. Thomas found himself thinking differently about risk and security, about the balance between ambition and stability, about the kind of legacy he wanted to leave for his children. Margot discovered new depths of connection to the women in her family and community, new appreciation for the wisdom that had been passed down through generations of mothers and grandmothers, new understanding of her place in the eternal cycle of nurturing and teaching and preparing the next generation for their own roles as adults and parents. As spring progressed toward summer, Margot's pregnancy became visible, a gentle rounding that spoke of life growing and developing within her. The changes in her body were matched by changes in their daily routines, adjustments that accommodated her need for more rest, different kinds of food, protection from the heavier aspects of their work. But the pregnancy also brought new energy to their household, a sense of purpose and anticipation that seemed to infuse everything they did with additional meaning. They were not just maintaining their current prosperity, but building toward a future that would include new voices, new perspectives, new contributions to their family's ongoing story. "I can feel the baby moving," Margot announced one evening in late June. her hand pressed to her belly, her face glowing with wonder. Just little flutters, but definitely movement. Thomas placed his hand beside hers, hoping to feel what she was experiencing. For a moment there was nothing, and then the faintest sensation, like a butterfly's wing brushing against the palm of his hand. "There," Margot whispered. "Did you feel that?" "I felt it," Thomas replied, his voice thick with emotion. "Our child, moving, growing, getting ready to join us." The moment was profound in its simplicity, a reminder that the most important miracles were often the smallest ones. The most natural processes were often the most mysterious. The most common experiences were often the most sacred. As summer reached its peak and began its slow turn toward autumn, the preparations for their child's arrival intensified. A cradle was crafted from wood, taken from trees that had grown on their land, carved with symbols that represented their family's history and values. Clothes were sewn from wool produced by their own sheep, spun and woven and dyed with materials they had prepared themselves. But beyond the physical preparations were the emotional and spiritual ones. Conversations about the kind of parents they wanted to be, the values they wanted to instill, the balance they hoped to achieve between protection and freedom, between guidance and independence. "I want our child to know that they are loved unconditionally," Margot said during one of their evening talks. "But I also want them to understand that love includes expectations, that being part of a family means contributing to something larger than yourself. I want them to have opportunities I never had," Thomas added. "But I also want them to appreciate what they have, to understand that prosperity is not just about accumulating wealth, but about using resources wisely, about contributing to the well-being of others. And I want them to know their history," Willem interjected, his voice carrying the weight of someone who understood the importance of connection to the past. "To understand where they come from, what their ancestors accomplished, what traditions they are inheriting, and what responsibilities come with that inheritance." As autumn arrived and Margot's time approached, the household settled into the particular rhythm that marked the final weeks of pregnancy. A combination of anticipation and preparation, excitement, and careful attention to signs that labor might be beginning. The midwife, an experienced woman from a neighboring village, took up residence with them during the final weeks, her presence providing both practical assistance and emotional reassurance. Her calm competence and gentle humor helped ease the natural anxieties that came with approaching childbirth, especially for first-time parents. "The baby is positioned well," she announced after one of her examinations. "Strong heartbeat, good size, everything proceeding as it should. This child is eager to meet the world." The labor began on a crisp October morning, exactly 1 year and 1 month after the storm that had brought Thomas to their door. Margot woke before dawn with the unmistakable sensation of contractions beginning, the rhythmic tightening that signaled the start of the process that would bring their child into the world. "It's time," she told Thomas, her voice calm despite the magnitude of what was beginning. What followed was a day that seemed to exist outside of normal time, marked not by the usual rhythms of work and meals and routine activities, but by the ancient rhythm of birth itself. The slow, powerful process by which new life emerged from the mystery of creation into the light of the world. Thomas stayed close, providing comfort and encouragement, his presence a source of strength for Margot as she worked through the challenges of labor. Willem and Peter maintained the household routines, ensuring that the practical needs of their family and animals were met while the miracle of birth unfolded in the room that had been prepared for this moment. Marta assisted the midwife with the kind of competence that came from having given birth herself, from understanding both the difficulties and the rewards of bringing new life into the world. Her calm presence and gentle encouragement provided exactly the kind of support that Margot needed during the most challenging hours of her labor. As the sun reached its peak and began its descent toward evening, the contractions intensified, the rhythm of labor accelerated, and everyone in the household understood that the moment of birth was approaching. The air itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the cry that would announce the arrival of their newest family member. And then, as the sun painted the sky in shades of gold and rose that seemed designed specifically for this moment, their child was born, emerging into the world with a lusty cry that announced not just life, but vitality. Not just survival, but the promise of strength and health, and all the possibilities that lay ahead. "A son," the midwife announced, her voice filled with the satisfaction that came from successful completion of her most important work. A beautiful, healthy son. Thomas felt his knees go weak with relief and joy as he looked at his child for the first time. Red and wrinkled and perfect, crying with the indignation of someone who had been comfortable in the warm darkness and was now confronted with the bright, cold reality of the world outside the womb. "Our son," Margot whispered, her voice filled with wonder as the midwife placed the baby in her arms. "Thomas, look at him. Look at our son." The baby quieted as he felt his mother's warmth, his tiny fingers grasping reflexively at the air before settling against Margot's chest. His eyes, dark and unfocused but unmistakably alert, seemed to take in everything around him with the kind of intense attention that suggested intelligence and curiosity, and all the qualities they hoped he would develop as he grew. "What will we call him?" Thomas asked, his voice thick with emotion as he gently touched his son's tiny hand. They had discussed names for months, considering options that would honor their family traditions while also reflecting their hopes for their child's future. But now, looking at their son for the first time, the choice seemed obvious. "William," Margot said without hesitation, "for your father, but also for the new beginning he represents, the new chapter in our family's story." "William," Thomas repeated, testing the name, feeling its weight and rightness. "William of Whitmore, our son." As the evening progressed and the household settled into the new rhythm that included their newest member, the return of spring felt complete in ways that went far beyond the seasonal cycle. The great circle that had begun with Thomas's arrival during the storm had found its perfect completion in the birth of their son, the living symbol of everything they had built together. The breathing house held them all in its embrace, 5 adults and 1 tiny baby, all connected by bonds of love and work and shared commitment to building something beautiful and lasting and meaningful. The walls expanded and contracted in their ancient rhythm, but tonight that rhythm seemed to carry an extra note of contentment, as if the house itself was celebrating the successful completion of one story and the beginning of another. Outside, the autumn night was clear and cold, the stars brilliant in the darkness. Inside, a new life had begun, carrying with it all the hopes and dreams and possibilities that love could create, all the potential that careful nurturing could develop, all the promise that the future held for those who were willing to work for it, to sacrifice for it, to build something worthy of the generations that would come after them. The return of spring had brought them their greatest gift, their most precious treasure, their contribution to the eternal cycle of life and love and family that gave meaning to human existence. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new responsibilities, new adventures in the life they were building together. But tonight, it was enough to rest in the security of love fulfilled and promises kept, of dreams realized and new dreams beginning, of a future that stretched ahead like an open road, full of possibilities waiting to be discovered and joys waiting to be experienced. The first breath of their son's life had been drawn, and it tasted of hope, of love, of all the beautiful tomorrows that lay ahead for their growing family. Epilogue. The House That Breathes. 5 years after the storm, the house breathes still, its walls expanding and contracting in the gentle rhythm that has sheltered 7 generations of the family, and will shelter 7 more. But now its breath carries new sounds, new voices, new life that fills every corner with the particular energy that comes from children growing, learning, discovering the world around them with the endless curiosity that marks the beginning of all wisdom. William, now 4 years old, runs through the rooms with the boundless energy of a child who has never known anything but love and security, and the absolute certainty that he belongs exactly where he is. His laughter echoes off the walls that have heard the laughter of his ancestors. His questions fill the air that has carried the questions of countless children who grew up in this place, learned its rhythms, absorbed its lessons, and carried its values into the wider world. Behind him toddles his sister Margaret, 2 years old and determined to keep up with her older brother despite legs that are still learning their strength and balance. She moves with the particular combination of caution and fearlessness that marks children who are confident in their safety, who know that loving hands will catch them if they fall, that patient voices will guide them if they lose their way. Thomas watches them from his place at the great table where he is working on the accounts that track their growing prosperity, their expanding network of relationships, their increasing influence in the economic and social life of their region. The numbers tell a story of success that exceeds anything he had dared to hope for during those early days when survival seemed uncertain, and the future was nothing more than a series of questions without answers. But the real measure of their success is not in the accounts, but in the sounds that fill their house. Children's voices raised in play and discovery. Margot's gentle singing as she works at the loom that Thomas built for her. Willem's patient explanations as he teaches young William the basics of animal husbandry. Marta's warm laughter as she helps Margaret navigate the complexities of learning to speak in full sentences. Peter, now 22, and Thomas's full partner in the trading aspects of their business, has just returned from a journey to London, where he successfully negotiated contracts that will keep their household busy and prosperous for years to come. His reports of the wider world bring news of political changes, economic opportunities, social developments that might affect their future in ways both positive and challenging. The demand for our goods continues to grow, he tells them as they gather around the fire for their evening meal. The reputation we've built for quality and reliability has spread farther than I ever imagined possible. We have customers now who seek us out specifically, who are willing to pay premium prices for the assurance that comes with our name. The success has brought changes, certainly. Their household has expanded to include additional workers who help with the increased production that their growing reputation demands. The barn has been enlarged twice to accommodate their expanded flock of sheep. The workshop where Thomas builds looms and other equipment has become a center of innovation that attracts craftsmen from across the region who come to learn and share techniques. But the most important things have remained constant. The family bonds that were forged during those early months of uncertainty have only grown stronger with time and prosperity. The values that guided their decisions when resources were scarce continue to shape their choices now that abundance has replaced scarcity. The commitment to excellence that marked their work from the beginning has deepened into a reputation that opens doors and creates opportunities throughout England and beyond. Brother Marcus sends his greetings. Peter continues, pulling a letter from his traveling pack. The Abbey is commissioning a new series of illuminated manuscripts, and they want our finest wool for the project. They're also requesting that we consider establishing a permanent workshop near the Abbey, where our techniques could be taught to other craftsmen who work with the religious community. The proposal represents an opportunity that would have been unimaginable 5 years ago. The chance to influence the development of textile production across northern England, to establish their methods as standards that other craftsmen would follow, to create a legacy that would outlast their individual lives and benefit generations of workers who had not yet been born. It's a significant opportunity, Thomas acknowledges, his mind already working through the implications of such an expansion. But it's also a significant commitment. We would need to be certain that we could maintain our standards while operating on a larger scale, that growth wouldn't compromise the quality that has earned us our reputation. And we would need to be certain that such expansion serves our family's long-term interests, Willem adds, his voice carrying the wisdom of someone who has seen how success can sometimes become its own form of burden. Prosperity is a tool, not a goal. The question is whether this opportunity helps us build the kind of life we want for our children and their children. The discussion that follows is characteristic of the way their family approaches all significant decisions, with careful consideration of both immediate benefits and long-term consequences, with attention to both practical advantages and ethical implications, with commitment to maintaining the values and relationships that have made their success meaningful rather than merely profitable. Margot, nursing baby John while participating in the conversation, represents the perfect embodiment of how their lives have evolved. She has become not just a skilled craftswoman, but a recognized artist, whose textiles are sought after by nobles and wealthy merchants throughout Europe. But she has also become a mother whose primary concern is creating a home environment that nurtures the development of confident, capable, caring children. "I think we should visit the Abbey," she says finally. "See the proposed location. Meet with the craftsmen who would be involved, understand exactly what they're asking and what we would be committing to. We can't make a decision this important based on letters and reports alone." The suggestion reflects the approach they have developed to all aspects of their business. Careful investigation, personal involvement, commitment to understanding not just the financial implications of their choices, but the human ones as well. They have learned that the most successful partnerships are built on relationships of mutual respect and shared values, not just contractual obligations and profit margins. As the evening progresses and the children are settled into their beds, the adult conversation turns to the broader questions that success has brought into their lives. How large should they allow their business to grow? What responsibilities do they have to the workers who depend on them for employment? How can they ensure that prosperity doesn't corrupt the values that made prosperity possible in the first place? "I think about the storm sometimes," Thomas says as they sit around the dying fire, his voice reflective. "About how it seemed like disaster at the time, but it was actually the beginning of everything good in my life. It makes me wonder what other apparent disasters might actually be opportunities in disguise." "That's the nature of life," Marta observes with the wisdom of someone who has lived long enough to see patterns that are invisible to younger eyes. What seems like an ending is often a beginning. What appears to be loss often turns out to be the foundation for something better than what came before. The key, Willem adds, is remaining open to possibility even when circumstances seem impossible. Maintaining faith even when the future seems uncertain. Continuing to work toward something better even when the present seems overwhelming. As they prepare for sleep, Thomas and Margot walk through their house, checking on their children, ensuring that the animals are secure, performing the small rituals of care and attention that mark the end of each day. The house breathes around them, its walls holding not just their bodies, but their dreams, their hopes, their slowly growing understanding that they have been blessed beyond anything they had dared to imagine. William sleeps with the profound peace of a child who has never doubted his safety or his worth. His small body curled under blankets woven from wool produced by sheep he helps to tend. His dreams filled with the adventures and discoveries that tomorrow will bring. Margaret rests beside him, her thumb in her mouth, her other hand clutching the wooden doll that Thomas carved for her. Her breathing soft and regular in the rhythm of perfect contentment. Baby John sleeps in the cradle that has now held 3 children, his presence a reminder that their family continues to grow, that their love continues to create new life, that the future holds promises they have not yet begun to imagine. 5 years, Margot says softly as she and Thomas settle into their own bed. The room that has become the center of their private world. The place where they share not just their bodies, but their deepest thoughts, their most important dreams, their most profound gratitudes. 5 years, Thomas agrees. Sometimes it feels like a lifetime, and sometimes it feels like yesterday. What do you think the next 5 years will bring? Margot asks, her voice carrying the particular mixture of anticipation and contentment that marks people who have learned to trust in the future without needing to control it. More children, I hope, Thomas replies, his hand finding hers in the darkness. More opportunities to build something beautiful and lasting. More chances to contribute to something larger than ourselves. More reasons to be grateful for the storm that brought us together. Outside, the spring night is clear and mild, filled with the sounds of a world renewing itself once again. Inside, the house breathes with the rhythm of life itself, expanding and contracting, sheltering and nurturing, holding and releasing, providing the steady foundation upon which all their dreams and plans and hopes can safely rest. The story that began with a storm has become a story of love and work and family, of tradition and innovation, of individual excellence and collective harmony. It is a story that will continue long after Thomas and Margot have joined their ancestors in the earth that surrounds their house, long after their children have become parents and grandparents themselves, long after the specific details of their lives have faded into the general memory of a family that understood how to build something beautiful and lasting in their corner of the world. But tonight, as the house breathes around them all, holding them in its ancient embrace, the story is still being written. Tomorrow will bring new chapters, new characters, new adventures in the ongoing narrative of human life and love, and the eternal quest to create meaning from the raw materials of existence. The house that breathes has sheltered them through their transformation from strangers to family, from uncertainty to prosperity, from individual dreams to shared reality. It will continue to shelter those who come after them, providing the same steady foundation, the same reliable protection, the same gentle rhythm that connects all human life to the eternal cycles of birth and growth, love and loss, hope and fulfillment that give meaning to the brief time we are given on this earth, and in the breathing of the walls, in the settling of the timbers, in the whisper of wind through the eaves, the house carries forward the memory of all who have lived within its embrace, the echo of all the laughter and tears and dreams and prayers that have filled its rooms, the promise that love and work and family will continue to create beauty and meaning and hope for as long as human hearts beat and human hands reach out to touch and transform the world around them. The storm has passed. The spring has returned. The house breathes on, sheltering new dreams, nurturing new hopes, protecting new love as it grows and flourishes, and prepares to create the next chapter in the endless story of human possibility. The house that remembers spring. 6 months later. The morning sun streamed through the window of what had once been Willem's house, but was now something larger, something that had grown to accommodate the new life taking shape within its breathing walls. Margot woke not to the familiar sounds of her childhood, her father's quiet movements as he tended the fire, her mother's soft humming as she prepared the morning meal, but to something new and wonderful. The sound of Thomas's voice, low and gentle, talking to the animals as he completed the morning chores that had become his responsibility and his joy. "Good morning, Bessie," she heard him say, his voice carrying the affection that had grown between him and the great cow over the months of their partnership. "And how are you feeling today? Ready to give us that rich milk that makes the finest cheese in 3 counties?" Margot smiled, stretching luxuriously in the bed that would soon be hers and Thomas's alone. In just 3 days, they would be married in the small stone church that served their village and the surrounding farms. The banns had been read, the arrangements made, the celebration planned. But more than that, the deeper preparations had been completed. The slow, careful process of 2 people learning to build a life together, to merge their dreams and skills and hopes into something stronger than either could create alone. The house itself had been transformed to accommodate their growing household. Willem, with Thomas's help and using techniques that combined local wisdom with innovations Thomas had learned in his travels, had added a new room that would serve as their private chamber once they were wed. The addition was so skillfully integrated with the original structure that it seemed to have grown naturally from the breathing walls, as if the house had simply expanded to embrace the new life it was being asked to shelter. More than the physical changes, though, were the changes in the rhythms of daily life. Thomas had proven to be not just a skilled merchant, but a gifted farmer, someone who brought to their traditional methods a fresh perspective that had increased both the quantity and quality of their wool production. The sheep, under his attentive care, had grown fleeces of exceptional fineness, and Margot's spinning had transformed that fleece into thread that commanded premium prices in markets as distant as York and Lincoln. Their partnership had exceeded even Willem's optimistic projections. The steady income from their wool sales had allowed them to improve their house, expand their flock, and establish a reputation that brought buyers to their door, rather than requiring them to seek out distant markets. Thomas's knowledge of trade routes and market conditions, combined with their family's skill in animal husbandry and wool processing, had created something that was more than the sum of its parts. But the most profound changes were not in their material circumstances, but in the quality of their daily life. Thomas had brought to their family not just practical skills, but a sense of connection to the larger world that enriched their understanding of their place in it. His stories of distant places and different ways of living had expanded their horizons without diminishing their appreciation for what they had built in their own small corner of the world. And he had brought something else, something that Margot was only now fully beginning to understand. He had brought the gift of seeing her not just as Willem's daughter or Martha's helper, but as Margot, as a woman with her own talents, her own dreams, her own capacity for creating something meaningful in the world. As she rose and began her morning routine, Margot reflected on the changes that 6 months had brought. The spinning wheel that had once been simply a tool for producing thread had become something more, a symbol of the artistry that Thomas had helped her recognize in her own work. The skeins of wool that hung from the rafters were no longer just the products of necessity, but works of craft that brought pride as well as profit. The house itself seemed to breathe more easily now, as if the addition of Thomas to their family had completed something that had been waiting to be fulfilled. The walls that had once sheltered 4 people now embraced 5 with the same steady rhythm. The same sense of security and belonging that had always been their greatest gift. Thomas entered as she was combing her hair, carrying a wooden bucket of fresh milk and wearing the expression of quiet satisfaction that had become characteristic of him since he had found his place in their family. The restlessness that had marked his early days with them was gone, replaced by the contentment of someone who had found not just a place to belong, but work that gave meaning to his days. The morning was beautiful, he said, setting down the bucket and moving to stand behind her, his hands gentle on her shoulders. Perfect weather for the final preparations. In 3 days, their wedding would take place not just in the church, but in the hearts of their community. The celebration would be held here, in the house that had brought them together, with tables set up in the garden, where Thomas had helped Willem plant new fruit trees that would provide shade and sustenance for generations to come. "Are you nervous?" Margot asked, turning in his arms to look up into the face that had become as familiar and beloved as her own family's. "Not nervous," Thomas said thoughtfully. "Grateful. Amazed sometimes at how much life can change in such a short time. 6 months ago, I was a man without a home, without roots, without any clear idea of what I was really looking for. Now," he gestured around the room, toward the sounds of Willem and Peter working together in the new addition, toward Martha's humming as she prepared their breakfast, toward all the small details that made up the life they had built together. "Now I have everything I never knew I wanted," he finished simply, as they worked together to prepare for the day. Thomas checking on the animals while Margot helped her mother with the household tasks. They moved with the easy coordination of people who had learned to anticipate each other's needs, to work as partners in all the small tasks that made up a shared life. The morning brought visitors, as mornings often did now that their house had become a center of activity in their small community. Master Edmund, the wool merchant from York, who had become their primary buyer, arrived with his cart and his scales to examine their latest production. His presence was a reminder of how much their circumstances had changed. Where once they had been subsistence farmers who sold their small surplus to local markets, they were now recognized producers whose goods were sought after by buyers from distant cities. "Exceptional work, as always," Master Edmund said, running the fine wool through his experienced fingers. "The consistency of quality, the fineness of the thread. You've achieved something remarkable here. I have buyers in Flanders who are specifically requesting wool from this region, from this household." Thomas and Willem exchanged glances of quiet pride. The partnership they had forged was succeeding beyond their most optimistic projections. But more than that, it was succeeding in a way that honored the values they shared. quality over quantity, sustainability over short-term profit, the long-term health of their land and animals over immediate gain. Young Peter, now 15, and growing into the kind of young man who combined his family's traditional wisdom with the broader perspective that Thomas had brought to their household, helped with the weighing and recording of the transaction. He had become Thomas's eager student, learning not just the practical skills of trade, but the more subtle arts of reading people and situations, of building relationships that would last beyond any single transaction. "Will you be traveling to the Flemish markets yourself this season?" Peter asked Master Edmund, his eyes bright with the curiosity that had been encouraged rather than discouraged since Thomas's arrival. "Indeed I will," the merchant replied. "And if you continue to develop your skills as you have been, perhaps in a year or two you might accompany me. There's no substitute for seeing the great markets firsthand, for understanding how the goods you produce here fit into the larger network of trade that connects our world." The possibility of travel, of seeing the wider world that Thomas had described in his stories, no longer seemed like an impossible dream to Peter. The partnership between his family and Thomas had created opportunities that would have been unimaginable before the storm that had brought them together. As Master Edmund prepared to depart with his cart full of their wool, he turned to Thomas with a proposal that would have changed everything just months before. "I have a proposition for you," he said. "I'm expanding my operations, looking for partners who can represent my interests in different regions. The position would require travel, would mean spending months at a time on the road, visiting markets and suppliers across the north of England. The compensation would be substantial, and the opportunities for advancement." Thomas listened politely, but Margot could see in his face that the offer held no temptation for him. The life of constant travel, of always being the outsider, of never quite belonging anywhere, was a life he had chosen to leave behind. "I'm honored by the offer," Thomas said when Master Edmund had finished his presentation. "But my traveling days are behind me. I've found something here that's worth more than any amount of gold. A home, a family, a place where I belong. I have no desire to give that up, no matter how lucrative the alternative might be." Master Edmund nodded with the understanding of someone who had seen many men make the choice between prosperity and happiness, and who understood that the wisest among them chose happiness. "I thought that might be your answer," he said. "But I had to ask. Men like you, with your skills and experience, are rare. But men like you, who have also found wisdom, they're rarer still." After the merchant's departure, the family settled into the afternoon routine that had become their norm. Willem and Thomas worked together on the ongoing improvements to their house and outbuildings, their collaboration having evolved into something that was more than the sum of their individual skills. Peter divided his time between helping with the physical work and practicing the reading and writing that Thomas had been teaching him, skills that would be essential if he was to play a role in the expanded trade relationships they were developing. Marta and Margot worked together on the preparations for the wedding celebration, but also on the ongoing tasks of food preservation and household management that kept their expanded family fed and comfortable. The addition of Thomas to their household had meant more work in some ways, but it had also meant more hands to share the labor, more skills to draw upon, more prosperity to make the work easier and more rewarding. As the afternoon sun slanted through their windows, casting long shadows across the packed earth floor, Margot found herself pausing in her work to simply observe the life that surrounded her. Thomas and her father, heads bent together over a piece of wood that would become part of a new loom. Their conversation a mixture of technical discussion and easy companionship. Her mother, humming softly as she worked, her face showing the contentment of someone whose family was thriving. Peter, practicing his letters with the dedication of someone who understood that education was a gift that would serve him throughout his life. This was what happiness looked like, she realized. Not the dramatic joy of special occasions, but the quiet satisfaction of daily life lived in harmony with people you loved. Work that gave meaning to your days, and the security that came from knowing you belonged somewhere, that you were part of something larger and more lasting than your individual existence. As evening approached, and they gathered around the fire for their meal, the conversation turned to the future. Not just the immediate future of their wedding celebration, but the longer-term future of their family and their community. Thomas had been elected to the village council, his experience with the wider world making him a valuable advisor on matters of trade and external relations. Willem's reputation as a master craftsman had led to requests for his help with building projects throughout the region. Peter's education was opening doors that would have been closed to previous generations of their family. "I've been thinking," Thomas said as they shared the evening meal that had become a time for planning and reflection, "about the legacy we're building here. Not just the prosperity, though that's important, but the knowledge, the skills, the relationships that will outlast any of our individual lives." He gestured toward the walls around them, toward the house that had sheltered them through the storm and continued to shelter the new life they were building together. "This house has been home to your family for generations. It's seen births and deaths, celebrations and sorrows, the whole cycle of human life. And now it's witnessing something new, the joining of two families, two sets of skills and knowledge, into something that's stronger than either could be alone." Willem nodded thoughtfully. "My grandfather built these walls to last for generations, but I don't think he could have imagined how they would be used, how they would adapt to shelter new kinds of life, new kinds of prosperity." "The house remembers," Marta said softly, her voice carrying the wisdom of someone who had spent decades learning to read the subtle signs of the structure that sheltered them. "It remembers every family that has lived here, every child that has been born here, every love that has grown here, and it will remember us too, long after we're gone." As the fire burned low and they prepared for sleep, Margot stepped outside for a moment to look up at the stars that shone with brilliant clarity in the spring sky. The air was warm and soft, carrying the sense of growing things, of new life stirring in the earth, of the eternal cycle of seasons that had shaped her family's life for generations. In 3 days, she would become Thomas's wife, and their life together would officially begin. But in truth, it had already begun that morning when he had stumbled through their door, brought by a storm that had seemed like a disaster, but had proved to be the greatest blessing their family had ever received. The house behind her breathed in its familiar rhythm, the walls expanding and contracting with the gentle motion that spoke of life continuing, of love growing, of the eternal human capacity to create homes and families and communities that could weather any storm. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new opportunities, new reasons to be grateful for the life they had built together. But tonight, it was enough to stand under the stars and feel the deep satisfaction that came from knowing that she was exactly where she belonged, with exactly the people she was meant to be with, building exactly the kind of life that would honor both the past and the future. The breathing house held them all in its embrace, sheltering not just their bodies, but their dreams, their hopes, their slowly growing understanding that the greatest adventures were not always found in distant places, but sometimes in the simple act of opening your heart to the possibilities that came knocking at your door in the middle of a winter storm. As she turned to go back inside, Margot smiled at the thought that someday, years from now, she would tell her own children about the storm that had brought their father to them, about the house that had sheltered them all, about the way that love could grow from the simplest acts of kindness and hospitality. She would tell them about the breathing walls that had witnessed the beginning of their family's story. And she would teach them to listen for the gentle rhythm that spoke of home, of belonging, of the eternal cycle of life that connected them to all who had come before and all who would come after. The house breathed around them all, holding its secrets and its stories, its memories and its promises, a living testament to the power of human love to create something lasting and beautiful in a world that was often harsh and uncertain. And in that breathing, in that gentle rhythm of expansion and contraction, was the heartbeat of home itself, steady, reliable, eternal, and full of infinite possibility. Epilogue: The House That Remembers. In the architecture of forever. 5 years have passed since Hope's birth. 5 years since Thomas returned from York to find himself a father. 5 years since their small household proved that love can survive separation, that communities can endure crisis, that ordinary people can create extraordinary things when they choose to care for each other rather than simply care for themselves. The house still breathes with the rhythm of the seasons, its wattle and daub walls expanding and contracting with temperature changes, its thatch roof settling and shifting with the weight of weather and time, its floors worn smooth by the passage of countless feet, the daily traffic of lives lived fully, joyfully, in harmony with the ancient rhythms that govern human existence. But now it breathes with more voices, shelters more dreams, holds more stories within its living walls. Hope is 5 now, a bright, curious child whose laughter fills the spaces between work and rest, whose questions challenge everyone to think more deeply about the world they inhabit, whose presence reminds them daily that the future is not something that happens to them, but something they create through their choices, their values, their commitment to passing on what's best in human nature. She has a brother now, young Thomas, named for his father, born 2 years after Hope in a birth that was easier than the first, attended by Mistress Catherine, who's become not just their midwife, but their friend, their advisor, their connection to the wider world of women who understand that bringing life into the world is both the most natural and the most miraculous thing human beings do. Little Thomas, they call him Tommy to distinguish him from his father, is 3 now, a sturdy boy with his mother's eyes and his father's stubborn determination, whose presence adds a different energy to their household, whose needs and personality complement his sister's in ways that speak of the mysterious chemistry that makes families work, that creates bonds stronger than blood, deeper than convenience, more enduring than any formal arrangement. The refugee children have grown too, becoming integral parts of their extended family in ways that transcend their origins as strangers seeking shelter. Emma is 10 now, old enough to take on real responsibilities, to help with the younger children, to contribute meaningfully to the work that keeps their household functioning. Her wooden doll, carved by her lost father, sits on a shelf by her bed. No longer a constant companion, but a treasured memory, a connection to the past that doesn't prevent her from embracing the future. Mary is 15, old enough to be thinking about marriage, about establishing her own household, about the ways she'll carry forward the lessons she's learned in this house, where survival became an art form, where love expanded to include everyone who needed shelter, where the definition of family grew to encompass not just blood relations, but chosen connections, bonds created through shared experience and mutual care. John is 17, apprenticed now to the village carpenter, learning skills that will make him valuable to any community, that will allow him to build his own life while maintaining connections to the people who gave him refuge when he had nothing, who taught him that belonging is not something you're born with, but something you create through loyalty, through service, through the daily choice to be part of something larger than yourself. The Hendersons rebuilt their house with help from the entire village, but they've remained close to Margot's family, their children playing together, their lives intertwined in the way that shared crisis creates lasting bonds, that mutual aid becomes mutual affection, that survival strategies become the foundation for thriving communities. Thomas has established himself as more than just a letter carrier. He's become a kind of informal coordinator for the region, someone who helps villages share information and resources, who facilitates trade and cooperation, who serves as a bridge between communities that might otherwise remain isolated, vulnerable to the kind of disasters that can destroy places that try to survive alone. His work takes him away from home regularly, but never for long, never without clear plans for return, never without the understanding that his primary commitment is to the family he's helped create, the household that depends on his presence, the love that has proven itself stronger than duty, more important than ambition, more valuable than any individual achievement. This morning, as Margot tends the fire that still never dies, that still serves as the heart around which their world revolves, she's thinking about memory, how houses hold the stories of the people who live in them, how walls absorb the laughter and tears and ordinary conversations that make up the substance of human life, how the places we inhabit become repositories of everything we've been, everything we've hoped for, everything we've managed to create together. The walls remember the night hope was born, the joy and fear and wonder that filled the small space as new life announced its arrival to the world. They remember Thomas's return from York, the reunion that proved love could survive separation, that promises made in darkness could be fulfilled in light. They remember the fire that threatened their neighbors, the way crisis brought out the best in people, the proof that communities survive through mutual aid rather than individual strength. They remember the quiet moments, too, the evenings spent around the fire sharing stories, the mornings when everyone woke to the sound of children's laughter, the countless small interactions that create the texture of family life, that transform a house from mere shelter into something sacred, something that holds not just bodies, but souls, not just possessions, but memories, not just the present, but the accumulated wisdom of everyone who's ever called this place home. Hope appears at Margot's elbow, her small face serious with the weight of a 5-year-old's important question, her eyes bright with the curiosity that has characterized her since birth, that speaks of intelligence eager to understand the world, to find her place in the larger story that surrounds her. "Mama," she says, her voice carrying the particular tone children use when they're about to ask something that matters to them, something that requires a real answer rather than the kind of dismissal adults sometimes offer when they're too busy to engage with childhood's profound concerns. "Will I always live here, in this house?" It's a question that goes to the heart of everything Margot has been thinking about, everything that defines their life together. The house that has sheltered them through crisis and celebration, that has expanded to accommodate everyone who needed refuge, that has proven itself capable of breathing with the rhythm of human need, of growing to meet whatever demands are placed upon it. Not always, Margot answers honestly, understanding that children deserve truth, that the future they're preparing hope for will require her to make her own choices, to create her own home, to carry forward the lessons she's learning here while adapting them to circumstances they can't yet imagine. Someday you'll be grown, and you'll want to build your own life, your own family. But this house will always be part of you, just like you'll always be part of it. How can I be part of a house? Hope asks, her literal 5-year-old mind struggling with metaphors that adults take for granted, that speak of connections deeper than physical presence, bonds that transcend geographical location. Because houses remember, Margot explains, settling beside her daughter by the fire, drawing her close in the way that makes serious conversations possible, that creates the intimacy necessary for passing on the most important lessons. They remember everyone who's lived in them, everyone who's been happy here, everyone who's been safe here. Your laughter is in these walls now. Your voice is part of what this house knows about the world. She gestures around the small space that has contained so much life, so much love, so much of the daily work of survival transformed into something approaching art through the simple act of caring for each other. And when you have your own house someday, you'll take with you everything you've learned here. How to keep a fire burning, how to make much from little, how to welcome strangers, how to take care of people who need help. The house will live in you, even when you're not living in the house. Hope considers this with the seriousness that children bring to concepts that challenge their understanding, that require them to think beyond the immediate and concrete, to grasp ideas that exist in the realm of emotion and connection rather than physical reality. Then she nods, satisfied with an explanation that makes sense to her developing understanding of how the world works, how people relate to places and places relate to people. Will you teach me how to keep the fire? She asks. And Margot's heart swells with the recognition that her daughter is already thinking about responsibility, already understanding that the skills that keep families alive need to be passed down. That knowledge is something that must be actively transmitted from one generation to the next. I'll teach you everything I know, Margot promises, her voice carrying the weight of commitment that characterizes all the most important promises, the ones that shape lives and determine futures. How to bank coals so they last through the night. How to read smoke to know when the fire needs attention. How to arrange fuel for the most efficient burning. But more than that, I'll teach you why the fire matters. Why does it matter? Because it's not just about warmth, Margot explains, her voice taking on the tone she uses for the most important lessons, the ones that go beyond practical skills to touch on the deeper truths that make survival worthwhile. It's about hope. As long as the fire burns, as long as people are willing to tend it, to feed it, to keep it alive through the dark times, there's always the promise that morning will come, that warmth will return, that life will continue. As if summoned by their conversation, Thomas appears in the doorway, his face bright with the satisfaction of work completed, of responsibilities fulfilled, of another day successfully navigated in the ongoing project of keeping their family safe and prosperous. He's been checking the animals, repairing winter damage to their outbuildings, preparing for the spring planting that will determine their food security for the coming year. But more than practical tasks, he's been thinking about legacy, about what they're building here that will outlast their individual lives, what they're creating that their children will carry forward, what they're proving about the human capacity to create meaning from the simple act of caring for each other. The Henderson baby took her first steps today, he announces, his voice carrying the joy that characterizes their community's response to every milestone, every sign of growth and development, every proof that life continues to unfold according to its own mysterious timeline. Mary Henderson says she walked right across their main room, steady as you please, like she'd been doing it for months. First steps in their world, where every child represents hope for the future, where every successful development is cause for celebration, the news carries weight beyond simple personal interest. It's proof that life continues, that the next generation is growing strong, that the community they've built together is producing healthy, thriving children who will inherit the world they're working so hard to preserve and improve. Hope walked early, too, Margot remembers, her voice carrying the particular pride that parents feel when recalling their children's achievements, the milestones that mark the journey from helpless infant to independent person. 10 months old, and she was racing around this house like she owned it. She did own it, Thomas laughs, his voice carrying the warmth that comes from memories of those early days when Hope was learning to navigate the world, when every day brought new discoveries, new capabilities, new reasons to marvel at the miracle of human development. Still does, if we're being honest. This whole household revolves around what Hope and Tommy need. It's true, and they're all grateful for it. The children have become the center around which their world revolves, the reason for everything they do, the justification for all their efforts to create something stable and beautiful and enduring. Their needs determine the rhythm of each day. Their development shapes the long-term planning that keeps the household functioning. Their future motivates every decision about resources and priorities. But it's more than simple parental devotion. In a world where children represent the continuation of everything their community values, where the next generation will inherit both the challenges and the solutions their parents have developed, caring for children becomes a form of caring for the future itself, a way of ensuring that the lessons learned through struggle and sacrifice will not be lost, that the innovations born from necessity will be preserved and improved upon. As evening approaches and the family gathers for their simple meal, Margot finds herself looking around the table. If their collection of stools and benches arranged around the fire can be called a table, and marveling at how much their world has changed since that first night when Thomas knocked on their door, seeking shelter from the storm. 8 people have become 10, then 12, then settled back to 8 as some moved on to establish their own households, their own lives, their own families. But the connections remain. The bonds created through shared survival, through mutual aid, through the daily choice to care for each other rather than simply care for themselves. The house has expanded too, not just physically, though Thomas and Woolen have added rooms, improved the roof, created more space for their growing family, but emotionally, spiritually, in its capacity to shelter not just bodies but dreams, not just individuals but the relationships that bind them together, not just the present but the accumulated wisdom of everyone who's ever found refuge within its breathing walls. Tell us a story, Papa, Hope requests, using the word that still makes Thomas's eyes brighten with wonder at the reality of fatherhood, at the privilege of being someone's father, someone's protector, someone's guide into the mysteries and possibilities of human existence. So Thomas tells them about his latest journey to the neighboring villages, about the innovations he's seen that might help their own community, about the children he's met who remind him of Hope and Tommy, about the families who've found ways to thrive despite challenges that might have destroyed less resilient communities. But tonight, his story takes on a different quality, becomes less about specific events and more about patterns, about the ways communities survive and flourish, about the factors that make the difference between places that endure and places that disappear when tested by crisis. The villages that do best, he explains, his voice taking on the thoughtful tone he uses when sharing the most important insights, the lessons that go beyond immediate practical application to touch on deeper truths about human nature and social organization, are the ones where people have learned to take care of each other, not just their own families, but everyone who needs help, not just when it's convenient, but when it's difficult, not just when they have plenty, but when resources are scarce. He pauses, his eyes moving around the circle of faces illuminated by firelight, each person representing a choice to include rather than exclude, to expand rather than contract, to believe that survival is a community project rather than an individual achievement. They're the ones where houses breathe, he continues, his words carrying the weight of recognition, of understanding that their own experience represents something larger, something that could serve as a model for others, something worth preserving and sharing, where families grow to include everyone who needs belonging, where resources are shared rather than hoarded, where the work of survival becomes the work of creating something beautiful. As the evening progresses and the time for sleep approaches, Margot helps settle the children in their beds, Hope in the small alcove that's become her special space, Tommy in the cradle that once held his sister, the older children in the corners they've claimed as their own. Each child represents a different story of how they came to be part of this family, but all of them share the security that comes from being completely loved, completely wanted, completely part of something larger than themselves. The house settles into its nighttime rhythm, the breathing that speaks of walls and roof working together to maintain the conditions that make life possible, that create the environment where human beings can not just survive but flourish. The fire settles into glowing coals that will last until morning. The animals rest in their corners, and the sounds of sleep gradually replace the sounds of waking life. But Margot lies awake for a while, thinking about the story Thomas told, about houses that breathe and families that expand and communities that choose inclusion over exclusion, cooperation over competition, love over fear. Their small household has become proof that such things are possible, that ordinary people can create extraordinary things when they commit to caring for each other, when they choose to believe that survival is not just about staying alive, but about creating conditions where life can flourish. The house remembers everything, every birth and death, every arrival and departure, every moment of joy and sorrow that has played out within its walls. But more than remembering, it continues to create space for new memories, new stories, new proof that love is stronger than fear, that hope is more powerful than despair, that the human capacity for connection can overcome any challenge when it's nurtured with patience and protected with courage. Outside, the spring night whispers of growth and renewal, of seasons turning, of the ancient promise that life continues, that stories unfold according to their own deep logic, that the future is not something that happens to people, but something they create through their choices, their values, their commitment to each other. Inside, a family sleeps peacefully, each person breathing in rhythm with the house that shelters them, each dream contributing to the larger dream of a world where people take care of each other, where communities thrive through mutual aid, where love creates its own architecture, its own geography, its own enduring monuments to the proposition that ordinary people living ordinary lives with extraordinary care for each other can create something beautiful enough to last forever. The house breathes, and in that breathing lies all the promise of the future. That the children sleeping within its walls will carry forward the lessons they are learning. That they'll create their own homes where strangers are welcomed, where resources are shared, where the fire never dies because there are always people willing to tend it, to feed it, to keep alive the flame that represents hope itself, the light that guides people home through the darkest nights and the longest winters, and the most difficult journeys back to the place where they belong. In the architecture of forever, love builds the strongest foundations, hope creates the most enduring walls, and the simple act of caring for each other constructs monuments that outlast stone and steel, that survive in the hearts and memories of everyone who's ever found shelter from the storm, everyone who's ever discovered that home is not a place but a practice, not a destination but a way of being in the world that creates its own warmth, its own light, its own proof that the human capacity for connection is the most powerful force in the universe. The story continues, but this chapter ends with the quiet satisfaction of work well done, of love well invested, of a house that breathes with the rhythm of human hearts, that expands to accommodate everyone who needs shelter, that proves again and again that the most important things in life are not possessions, but relationships, not wealth, but love, not individual success, but collective flourishing, not survival, but the creation of conditions where life can be lived fully, joyfully, in harmony with the ancient rhythms that connect all human beings to each other, and to the larger story of which they are all part. The fire burns low but never dies. The house breathes its eternal rhythm, and the future unfolds one breath at a time, one heartbeat at a time, one moment of shared courage at a time, in the endless, beautiful, ordinary miracle of people choosing to love each other despite all the forces that work to keep them apart, all the challenges that test their commitment, all the reasons they might have to give up hope and surrender to despair. But they don't surrender. They choose love instead, and in that choice lies all the hope the world will ever need. The last ember, the frost, had long retreated from the windows. Birds now whispered in the branches before dawn. But Elric still rose early. He no longer needed to tend the hearth as before. The cold no longer bit through the walls, and the sun lingered longer each evening. Yet the fire was still there, and so was Elric. Habit, maybe, or something quieter. He added a small log, not to warm the room, but to remember the motion, the way the bark cracked under heat, the scent of old pine, the hush it gave the house. A young voice stirred behind him. "Why do you still light the fire, grandfather?" It was Rena, eyes still sleepy, dragging a shawl across the wooden floor. Elric smiled, but didn't answer right away. He handed her the iron poker, watched as her fingers hesitated, then held firm. "Come here," he said, patting the hearthstone beside her. She sat, cross-legged, curious. "I light it," he began slowly. "Not because we need it anymore, but because it remembers." Rena blinked. "The fire." "No," he whispered, stirring the coals gently. "This house." He told her stories, not grand ones, not loud, just the kind that belonged to walls. How a boy once froze his toes trying to prove bravery. How someone hid warm stones under soup bowls for travelers. How one night the fire almost went out, but didn't. "And when I go," he said softly, "you'll light it too." Rena looked at the flame, nodding as if she already knew. Perhaps she did. They sat without words. the kind of silence that's not empty, but full of breath and memory and time. Outside, the sky opened into pink. Spring had arrived. Inside, one last ember blinked softly and lit.